Jack, there's nothing to fear.
Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. Oh, what a beautiful dream. Oh, and he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every the sheets. But what a beautiful dream.
Oh, yeah, there is.
What does the fascist say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist as I can, 'cause all they want for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no man says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you love me. To resist as rise I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist as rise I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. In chat, the waves crash loud as Jack speaks truth. She stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss. Her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy BoJack leading the way. BWA, the sound of joy as she sails through, no one can destroy. With love and courage she sets sail, river BoJack never to fail. Get in the river boat, hear her laughter sway. With every nine and Buddha, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy, a unique way. River BoJack leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With river BoJack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the river boat, let's sail away.
Hello, everybody. How we all doing, folks? How we doing? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Delicious. It's me, Daphne Sack. Hello, Boring Beth. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Adiana. Hello, VCCTV_2. Hello, Cute Cotton Candy Cat. Hello, Valerian, Damocles Marcellus. Hello, Anthony Schuler. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, CCCC. Hello, Christina, or should I say Gamer G? Hello. Hello, Vivian. Hello, Moloch the Owl. Hello. You're pretty new? Well, welcome aboard, Vivian. We always are glad to have a new crew member. Hello, hello. How we all doing? Hello, Jeffrey. Xandrama is going hard as fuck right now. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I've only gotten little tidbits off of social media, so I don't have a ton of a preconceived conception of what's going on, because I've been busy, guys. I've been busy today. Hello, Periwinkle. Hello, Ukrainian. Hello, Erica. Hello, Zelrex. Hello, VCC TV, not _2. Hello, Foxbat. Hello, GamerG. Hello, Ryla. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Shaloon. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Avalon of Babylon. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Sweet Myths Music. Also, I was listening to your discography the other day. It's very, very good. Beyond just like the songs that I play on my stream. Just more people should check out Sweet Myth's music. That not a paid promo. Just they're good. You guys should be bigger than you are. Hello Malachi. Hello Hazer. Hello. Hello Snuggle Kitten. Depression is kicking my ass. You kick its ass right back. Hello Smelanie. Hello Paladin Lost. Going for the full throttle Aussie lemonade. Yeah, I'm getting back on the wagon for the dieting tomorrow. Figured. Well, I'll long story short, Clarice got hurt a few days ago, and we had to go to the hospital today and like get her checked out. She's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. Like don't worry about it. But like, you know, it was a hard thing to do, and so like we decided today was gonna be a fuck it day, and then we would get back on our dieting, exercising thing we've been doing. Actually Sweet Myths? Yeah. Actually Sweet Myths hangs out in our chat. They have been kind enough to grant me the ability to use their music. We're going out to get dinner ingredients. Beware of cat typing. No worries, Elaine Malachite. Thank you for the heads up. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Fox of Fate. I think I said hello to you already. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. And hello, Olive Ryder. Hello. I think I've gotten everybody, but I cannot be sure. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Starstruck? All right, right? Can you call you Val? Yeah. Let's see. Did we get the river moat? I don't know what that means. Hello, Mobius. Hello, Forlorn79. There we go. That's a long list. Well, Robert Atsa, you know, like, I like saying hello to everybody. It's nice. Too many viewers, you're going to end up spending the entire stream just saying hello to people eventually. Honestly, though, that would be kind of a fun bit for, like, an April Fool's Day stream. Just spend the entire time saying hello to everybody. I think that'd be kind of fun. You made a riverboat gift for the emotes. Well, let me take a look. I have been, again, I've been, like, doing hospital stuff today. So, like, basically just been, like, periodically checking Twitter during wait times and, other times, dealing with real life stuff. Let's take a look. It's in a book, reading emojis. Good to see you again. Good to see you too. It's been a hot minute. Oh my god, this is adorable. This is an adorable little emote, Salmon Moose. I love it. Now we have a little Captain Peepo and a boat for him to pilot. I love it. Here. Throw it on. Put it at the top of the list. Right next to the Captain Peepo. And I gotta make sure, since it's a GIF, that it doesn't just go 1,000,000,000 miles per hour. Still fast. That's fine. There we go. That should be good. We'll see. We'll test it out, okay? Also, I need to make it a different name. Riverboat, all caps. There we go. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Mr. Anderson. How you doing? It's is it updated yet? I don't know if it is. Let me refresh. Oh, apparently it automatically shortens to river. Wait, riverboat? Do I have enough characters? The riverboat comes for us all. Here, let's try this out. Riverboat? Okay. Now it should say riverboat. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's my bad. Yeah. So we're gonna be taking a little bit of a look at the Xan stuff that's been happening. It's always unfortunate when this kind of shit happens, cause like, man. And again, I don't know enough about the details, but we're gonna learn today. That's what we're gonna do. Hello, boring Beth. Oh my god, you guys. It's pretty not great. Yeah, it's pretty not great. Yeah. No, I think no matter how you cut it, it's pretty not great, and I haven't seen everything, so. Oh, that is cute! When you guys make like the little riverboat hop, that's so cute. Omega Star. Oh, Daddy. Hello, Rick Adrian. Hello, hello. Oh, what I miss? I mean, I missed a lot too, I guess. So we're all gonna learn today. I watched Jack because she's not famous enough yet to have done any evil. My goal is just to not be shitty to people, whether in public or private. And I hope that my consistency, my autistic, like, deep-seated desire for authenticity is rewarded by just not getting into stupid shit like this. You know, like, I try and keep it 100 with you guys. And honestly, here's what I've found in my life. Trying to pretend to be two different people is too hard. Just be yourself, man. Apparently that's kind of hard to do. Yeah, apparently. Being a decent person is usually easier in the long run. Yeah, probably. Yeah, you know, you gotta return your shopping cart. Exactly, John Bainbridge. Be kind. You gotta rewind the VHS tape. You gotta return the shopping cart. You know, you gotta, you know, you go out there. You do the best you can. You know. And sometimes when you return the shopping cart, you autistically need to make sure that like the shopping cart is pushed all the way in along with the other shopping carts because they really do belong all the way into their shopping cart lanes. I have strong feelings about it. Kindness over niceness. I think that's a decent distinction, sure. Also, FT Mongoose, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Gonna be hanging out for a little bit today. I figured though we should open up stream with a bit of, well, a bit of a correction, but I have a lot of tabs today, guys, so I need to find it. Please forgive me. Bo. Excellent. Excellent. There we go. Got it. All right. So, right off the bat, I want to put out a clarification today because I know that last week I made a statement on my stream about Ava Tyson, one of Mr. Beast's friends. She came out as trans roughly a year ago. There were some more recent allegations that came up and about her behavior about 10 years ago. Edgy memes shared with an underage fan. Like, it wasn't good. It was bad behavior. I just didn't think it really rose to the level of, like, pedophilic grooming, like a lot of conservatives were trying to make it out to be. I stand by that statement. However, I need to add a gigantic, gaping asterisk at the end of it, because more allegations came out about Ava's behavior approximately 2 years ago. And those, I think, are downright bad. Like, I do not carry water for this person. I am not defending her anymore. It's not great. And to my knowledge, I haven't seen any real denial or any, and I could be wrong. Feel free to send me info, of course, but about, let's see here, 2 days ago, a trans person, I don't know their pronouns, I'll just use they, them, Muskina, who goes by @genderlenial, posted allegations about being sexually assaulted by Ava Tyson. Now, yeah, there hasn't. Again, I'll go with Sam and Moose on this one. There hasn't really been any defenses of Ava's behavior here, and like, I think that there's some of this where you can be like, well, like, there's just not, it's like miscommunication, but there's definitely a huge element of this story is about the coercion of, not a minor in this case, but the coercion of, like, a vulnerable trans adult. Certainly. And this is, you're talking massive power imbalance. You're talking, kind of like the coercion of, if you want the role, you gotta play all the parts. It's bad, is what I'm trying to get at here. So just we're gonna go over that. And, yeah. So again, Muskina claims, I was sexually assaulted by Ava Tyson, and here is my story. For context, Ava and I are both adults and met each other as adults, which, and I got to give credit to Muskina right off the bat. Muskina does everything here to, and Muskina uses she, she's a mutual of yours, Lady Raincloud? Okay. Muskina does everything possible here to make sure that the allegations she's making are taken the right way. Meaning that, like, she's not saying Ava Tyson groomed me, like, as a child. She's not saying that Ava Tyson, predated on her, at least in that particular way. And I want to give a lot of credit there. Ava followed me on Twitter in November of 2022 after seeing my transition timelines on Twitter when I had under 500 followers. And you can see, old profile, old username. Your freaking inspiration, you rock. Hey, you are too. Thanks so much. Also, you look incredible. How long have you been on HRT? since like February. Thanks so much. And again, people tried to cast doubt on like this screenshot, but like it's just like the high contrast of the like you can have that accessibility setting on phones. Moloch, yes, of course. I'd be happy to play that on stream. I would want to watch it off stream first. But maybe I can do that during a break later on in stream. Thank you for the $50 dono. Super chat. I very, very, very much appreciate that. All right. We started messaging each other every day through Twitter. She confided in me that she thought my results from HRT were amazing and that she was planning on getting on HRT soon to transition herself. As somebody who follows online culture, content, and streaming, I was overwhelmed by emotions with being trusted with this secret and information that I knew would be huge news. As a transgender woman who, there we go, publicly transitioned a month earlier.
Hi Riverboat Jack. I'm a new
Hello.
content creator. I make satirical videos attacking the far right. Would it be possible for you to play my music video, The Ballad of Dumb Matt Walsh, on stream? I also did some work for PV, so I have some cred.
Again, I would be happy to just link it in chat. Okay. So I like so far like understandable. Like at that time, Ava Tyson was like one of the most prominent trans people in the online space. You know? I genuinely could not have believed something so amazing had happened in my life after having been through so much. Eventually, we talked about me potentially working for Mr. Beast, and she told me that she was sure she could get me in a video. You can't post links in YouTube chat? Come over to the Riverboat chat, Moloch. And you can post as many links as you'd like. Okay. Screenshot of the offer being made. She was the most famous person to ever show me that type of attention, and she immediately started love bombing me and making me feel like the most important person in her life. Within the first few weeks of us talking, she told me that she told her therapist about the positive impact I was making on our life and that she had told her friends about me. She very quickly moved our conversation to Snapchat. Did she casting couch her? It sounds exactly like what happened. Yeah. She casting couched Ava casting couched Muskina. Again, screenshots of all of this conversation. While I was under the impression that she was working on getting me in a video, we started having video chats on Discord. Ava asked me to masturbate with her on video call multiple times, and I always felt like I had to say yes if I wanted to be in a video or get a job. And this is where things like go over the line, you know, like this is where like, oh, okay, well, Ava is again, if all these allegations are true, this is this is straight up coercion. This is like some Harvey Weinstein shit. Not good. Quite bad. On one occasion, she asked me to join a video call and asked me to masturbate, even though she knew I wasn't feeling well, which led to me joining her and then puking after a few minutes. Our conversations always leaned in the direction of affectionate and sexual, and she sent me a lot of explicit Snapchats, messages, photos, and videos. Our relationship was very confusing to me, and I didn't fully realize I was being coerced at the time. Yeah. And this is one thing I think a lot of people don't talk about very often. It's the element of, I mean, essentially, the element of subtlety that goes on here. Like, it can feel like it is a friendly suggestion at first, but when this power dynamic is in play, it becomes readily apparent if you start considering the situation that, like, yeah, it's coercive in the extreme. Yeah, it's a dangerous situation. Exactly. Exactly. She eventually flew me out to her home in Greenville with a one-way ticket, while I was still under the impression that she would be getting me in a video with Mr. Beast. So again, flown out to a location. The first night at her house, she told me to set up in her bedroom as I would be sleeping in there with her. I thought that this was potentially the beginning of a relationship. When we went to bed together that night, we ended up cuddling and kissing, which led to her taking her clothes off and asking for oral sex from me. I went down on her expecting to engage in sex that would be reciprocated, but when I was done, she made it clear that she did not want to return any sexual favors to me. I was hoping that would not be the case the next time we hooked up, and I believed we would be moving to something more mutual. Now, this part, like, the coercive element is still here, right? Like, that's... yeah, the vibes are bad. The fact that it's not, like, a reciprocal sexual interaction on, like, an interpersonal level, I think is bad, but, like, not criminal like the coercion of, like, sexual favors has been. Like, I just want to point out that, like, not reciprocating in bed isn't necessarily, like, evil, but kind of everything surrounding that is pretty goddamn evil. Over the course of the next week, Ava engaged me sexually and ended up receiving oral pleasure several times, but she never reciprocated any sexual favors in return when I was done. I was too scared to directly ask for anything in return, and she took advantage of that. Now, again, I don't think the lack of reciprocation here is the really unnerving part of this. The fact that Muskina was too scared to communicate is really what's the huge problem here in this particular part of the story. The day she first posted publicly that she was on HRT was also the first week I was there. After making her post, Jimmy, who's Mr. Beast, called her later that night while Ava was receiving oral sex from me. She answered the phone and had that conversation with Jimmy while I continued to perform oral on her. I was again now given access to very private information, which made me feel special, something that happened consistently throughout our relationship. After almost a week, I was starting to feel really used and confused about everything. While I was there, I found out through conversation between Ava, myself, and her friend that she did not have the ability to cast anyone in a Mr. Beast video. So, again, she lied about being able to cast her in the first place. Like, again, like, all of this is fucked up from the get-go. From the second, like, Ava's, like, asking her to masturbate on Discord, this is all extraordinarily fucked. And it just gets more fucked from there. I eventually asked Ava to buy me a ticket home and flew home the next day. Leaving Ava's house was incredibly difficult to process emotionally after that week. I remember trying to hold myself together while traveling so that I wouldn't break down in public. When I got home, I spent the rest of the night crying uncontrollably without fully understanding what happened to me. Ava and I remained in contact, but she did not show me the same level of attention and affection as she did before I spent a week with her. This was the first time we went through a cycle of her love bombing me, using me, falling for someone else, treating me like I was an annoying, jealous ex, and then coming back when things didn't work out. Shortly after that first week, she went on a work trip to Japan and invited someone else, but things did not turn out the way she expected. She was upset and flew back early from her trip, and she also offered me a job as her assistant and offered me to move in with her. And again, Ava, I believe, was married at the time, Vivian, yes. So Muskina, still not fully realizing what's happening, took the job. I quit my job that month and moved in with her on June 16th and began working that day. I was supposed to start with a 2-week trial. During this trial period and my employment, Ava continued to receive oral sex from me multiple times, and I started to feel like I was being coerced. Because I was starting feeling that way, I decided to try and avoid any physical engagement between Ava and I that could lead to more. Who's the person from the Japan trip? I have no idea. That could lead to more one-sided sexual acts. I took a short trip to my home estate at the end of July and returned on July 28th. When I got back, I continued to do my best to avoid anything physically sexual between Ava and I. On July 29th, we were watching TV together alone in her bedroom with no warning, prior physical engagement, or sexual conversation. She took off her pants and started touching herself in front of me. I just moved in with Ava and left my job to come work as her assistant. In no way, shape, or form did I feel like I could say no without somehow risking my job or being asked to leave. She used that against me in order to receive non-consensual oral sex. This was the moment that truly broke me for the first time. Nothing was enjoyable. It felt like it would never end, and my entire body just hurt from performing the act. So, like, this is kind of the moment where, like, it all clicks. And yeah, I would also probably put forward that this is not at all uncommon among big YouTubers, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, the coercive element that was present here, I would argue, like, really toes that line, but this particular occasion, by Muskina's own testimony here, absolutely crosses the line into sexual assault. Took me a few days to fully accept what had happened. Unfortunately, I was dealing with a lot of these emotions while on a work trip, traveling the country and spending most of my time with people I had just met. The trip itself was very isolating as an employee, and there were several times where I broke down crying. I was on a 3-hour car trip to the airport with 3 people I'd just met, spent the entire drive crying, but trying to be as quiet as possible so I didn't bother anyone. I then had to wait and board for an overnight flight from Boston to Los Angeles. When I boarded the plane, I decided to send Ava a message on Telegram sharing my concerns with her. I tried to do so carefully and navigate the conversation in a way that would stop me from being sexually assaulted again, but allow me to keep my job. Ava was very manipulative in her response and follow-up conversations we had in person once we had got to our hotels. Just, maybe I can open this and take a closer look. Yeah. Can we talk when we get to Cali? This is, again, Muskina, I believe. Can we talk when we get to Cali? I've been put in a lot of uncomfortable situations, and I haven't really felt comfortable bringing it up. I know we've hooked up in the past before I started working for you, but now I feel pressured, and it just makes me really uncomfortable. The last few times it happened left me feeling empty and used. I know that wasn't your intention, but it hurts to feel like I'm an object around the house that it can just be used. All the misgendering/dead naming and isolation I've experienced in this trip is kind of pushing me to a breaking point. I've been quietly staring at a corner and bawling my eyes out since we left that last house, and I just need something to change just so I don't feel like this anymore. They just sent out the LA hotel info, and my dead name is in parentheses next to mine, but yours isn't, so I don't get why mine is. Which, honestly, this isn't even mentioned in Muskina's story here, but, like, the fact that they were dead naming her at work is really, really disgusting. Especially considering, like, Ava worked there. Like, what are you doing? Seriously. What the hell? Wait, if you're talking about the other day, and to be clear, this has been my feeling since we started a professional relationship alongside our friendship. I don't, and this is Ava, I don't want to do anything sexual with each other. That's a dynamic that can misconstrued and is unethical for me. I have a thing where I don't respect my body. Like today, the person told me he wanted to use my body, and I didn't want to at the time, and I didn't want to be upset or mad with him, so I let him. That's what happened the other day. I guess I should have asked you to stop, but it just kind of happened, so I let it. Also, about the dead naming, I have no clue why this has happened, but I would love to talk to Blank with you, how we can make it not happen again. I think you should also talk to Blank so he can assure you that A, this is a hectic shoot, they don't really know what they're doing, and with the PAs, they drop the ball constantly, and B, it happens to blank a lot too. I'm sorry if this isn't working for you, though. I completely understand, and we could rethink things, and I can work with you to make sure you're happy. You're an important person to me. I want to be your friend, and if the work relationship causes stress to that, I'd rather just focus on our friendship. I'd love to talk in person. Notice, by the way, this is my interpretation, okay? This response is odd, specifically because I believe that this is Ava realizing like what could happen if this woman speaks out. And so the response here feels to me like a cover your ass situation. Like, she absolutely does not want to write down, yeah, we had sex and I'm sorry that you feel bad, like, as a result. Because that then kind of admits to the entire situation. The subtle implication of the, I'm going to fire you. Yeah, I mean, like, it's both covering your ass and threatening to, rethink the situation. Yeah. This sucks. Yep, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. I definitely still want to work for you, and your friendship is, this is again, back to Muskina. Your friendship is really important to me too, so I don't want to lose that either. My emotions definitely just all add up, and it hit me like a brick on the car ride here, and I just felt so embarrassed that I couldn't stop crying over it. Also, I don't mind it being hectic ever. It's the dead naming and misgendering that makes me feel like there's just little respect for me as a human. In terms of being openly sexual with my friends/colleagues, that's something I'm always down for, but the way our relationship has developed between each other is sexually is incredibly one-sided, and it just makes me feel used and uncomfortable. That's not your fault, though. It's just the way things develop between us, and I let that happen. I would really like to talk about this in person. Sorry I sent you that long message, and I love you. I love you too. I don't know if I'll sleep tonight, so come by when you get here. Yeah. Goodness. So, of course, the story continues. We agreed to not have sex anymore if that's how I felt about what happened. For several months, we did not engage in explicitly sexual acts, but we did continue to engage in physically sexual acts, such as cuddling, groping, hand-holding, and sleeping in the same bed. Yeah, like, of all of those, cuddling, that toes the line, but hand-holding, toes the line. Sleeping in the same bed and groping each other, yeah. This didn't really fix the scenario. Like, groping, if unwanted, is also sexual assault, guys. And also the sexual conversations and texts continued. You can check those out for yourself on the thread. For the next year, Ava towed the line with me between what was and wasn't an appropriate relationship with our power dynamic. These led to me having mixed feelings and receiving mixed signals from Ava on how she viewed me. She was able to manipulate me very easily with the power she had over me, which led to a cycle of her love-bombing me, using me, falling for someone else, treating me like I was an annoying, jealous ex, and then coming back when things didn't work out with multiple people. We did eventually hook up one more time during a week in December, in which I was super emotional because my cat of 12 years that I brought with me to North Carolina was dying of cancer. Jesus. I was spending a lot of time with my cat that week and monitoring her breathing rate, and she seemed okay, and then she passed away in her sleep before I expected it. I found her curled up in a corner, showing no signs of life. I realized what had happened, and I sat down, picked her up in my arms, and started crying uncontrollably. It was very late, around 1 a.m., and Ava heard me, so she came to check on me and realized what had happened. I was hysterical and couldn't really speak clearly or gather my thoughts properly. She stayed up with me for about 1 hour, at which point I told her that I was going to take my cat to the vet in the morning so they could prepare her body for cremation. After an hour, Ava told me that she didn't know if I wanted her to stay or not, so she was going to go downstairs and go to sleep. I stayed alone with my cat until 7 a.m., then took her to the vet by myself while I was still crying uncontrollably. This led to a lot of fights between Ava and I that week, in which she continued to gaslight and manipulate me into thinking I was the problem and it was my fault that I was being used. Whenever I became emotional or had an issue with how Ava was treating me, it always turned around on me, and I was made to believe that I didn't stop acting that way or prove that I was okay with everything, that I should move out and not be her assistant anymore. Because again, one thing you have to keep in mind when you're one of these high-powered executive assistants to a higher-powered individual, you often live in the same house. So they have complete control over your like lodging, your room and board, your employment. Like, that is an obscene amount of power for someone to have over you. This cycle kept happening until Easter 2024, when Ava traveled with me to spend Easter with my family. We then spent a weekend together in Boston in a hotel while I showed her around the city. At this point, we were very, very close emotionally, and I told Ava how I was feeling about us, that I wanted to have a conversation about us. I told her that it already felt like we were in a relationship, and she agreed. I told her that the feelings I had for her were like that of a partner, and she said she felt the same way about me. She told me that traveling with me for Easter did something for her, and I believed we had something special moving forward. A few days after Easter, she had planned to travel to LA to visit a friend that she was talking to and interested in sexually. I told her this wasn't a problem for me and that what I wanted for us was an open relationship anyways. She wasn't ready to officially call us partners at that point, but she assured me that this person wasn't looking for anything serious and she didn't even know if they were going to hook up. She ended up hooking up with this person on the first night and was calling them her boyfriend by the end of the week, and they were officially in a relationship. I had a huge problem with the way all of this played out. I wanted some clarification from Ava, what she and I were. This led to a lot of fights, which led to me moving out in the beginning of June because of how bad my mental health was, with everything going on between us. Again, conversation. When I moved out, we had an agreement that I would keep my job as a hybrid travel/remote work-from-home position. When I traveled out to Ava after moving out to discuss my schedule for the rest of the month, she informed me that she was already working on replacing me. So, it turns out that her job was conditional on these romantic and sexual favors. I felt forced out of my position and made it clear to her that I wasn't comfortable with the way things went down, and she didn't answer any of my concerns. Kept in contact with her and remained friendly while I navigated my departure from the company. She told me that she was keeping the company updated and that someone would talk to me about my severance and leaving the company in June. When this didn't happen, I asked Ava for another update on my employment. I was eventually given the correct contact information for HR. And I think the fact that she was initially given the wrong contact information for HR is incredibly telling. Incredibly, incredibly telling. Before I talked to HR, Ava found out that I had talked about her sexually assaulting me, and that I was planning on reporting her. Her reply was to send one message and then block me on everything. I don't exactly know what's going on in here. I guess it's just wow, Jess, and then blocked on everything. I learned that Ava had told them I had decided to resign of my own free will, and the first they heard of me leaving was the first week of July. So, she wasn't fired, but was in. So Ava told the company to clear up this, okay? Ava told the company that Moschina had resigned. Now, the issue here is, and if you don't know about this, when you resign, you don't get severance pay. Okay? Most positions, most jobs aren't giving you severance pay if you resign. You get severance if you're fired. So, like, this is also, like, a violation of labor law? Like, I mean, I would say crime had definitely happened prior to this. But this is also, like, a genuine, like, labor rights violation. Yeah, no severance, no unemployment either. Exactly. You get, like, double fucked by that. Question, who are these people? Answer. Trans girl Jade. Ava Tyson is one of the most prominent trans people on the planet by virtue of being one of Mr. Beast's close personal friends, who has appeared in countless videos of his. And again, I believe Mr. Beast has 300 million subscribers on YouTube. So this is one of the most prominent trans people on the planet who had a certain set of allegations come out last week that I addressed, and then basically 2 days after that, a new set of allegations, this time about a sexual assault approximately a year ago, came out. And it's a big deal because basically for Zoomers, Mr. Beast is the most famous individual conceivable. So everyone knows Ava Tyson by proxy. And for a lot of people, that was their trans person. So the fact that she's out there committing labor law violations, coercing fans into sexual encounters, basically doing the Harvey Weinstein casting couch kind of thing. This is horrible, especially when the dominant narrative about trans people right now, at least in conservative spaces, is that trans people are all grooming sexual deviants who are going to rape you. That's obviously not true, but this doesn't look good and plays into that narrative. Yeah, this is just rich people. I mean, yeah, a lot of this is rich people shit. Oh yeah, trans girl Jade, she changed her name to Ava relatively recently. Oh yeah, Lady Raincloud, I agree with you. I think the first set of allegations were largely along those kind of transphobic lines. This set of allegations is completely different. This is from a trans person who she sexually, allegedly sexually assaulted numerous times. And this is a completely different thing than fabricated hit pieces from conservative drama mongers on YouTube. Power is what is correlative with grooming and raping? I mean, oftentimes, yes. Hey, Ms. Drizzlin. So, let's finish this up. I informed them what was actually going on with my resignation, and it became pretty clear that Ava had not been forthcoming with them, shocker of all shockers, about anything that transpired between us during the course of my employment. A few days later, I told them enough about what happened between Ava and I, which led Mr. Beast to launch a third-party investigation into the matter. Okay. Shred of credit where credit is due. I fully believe it would have been within Mr. Beast's power to cover this up. Dude has more money than God. You know what? I'm actually surprised that when he got involved in this, it was to launch an independent investigation. That's surprising and good. I provided them with evidence of chat logs, screenshots, and gave them a list of witnesses in the company who had seen Ava and I being physical together. That was over 2 weeks ago, and in that time I have not heard back anything despite asking for an update twice. During this time period, the allegations against Ava for inappropriately talking to minors and more details of her relationship with Shadman became public. Which, again, the Shadman stuff is not okay. to be 100% clear. Frankly, I think anyone who associates with Shadman is probably an extremely bad person who should be avoided at all costs. Seeing all this come out and happen has put me in a uniquely uncomfortable position. I knew she had a troubled past, but I thought it never went past attack helicopter jokes and liking an edgy artist. I wasn't super online when Shadman was popular, so I knew very little about him and did not know Ava associated with someone who sold drawings of CP. And yeah, I do want to say a lot of people back in like 2014 were like young, up and coming, had no idea he had that association. I didn't know he had that association until years after kind of the heyday of that. But yeah, it's pretty disgusting, and a lot of the Shadman associations seem to be way more recent than like 2014, 2015. Like, it's shocking how many people openly associate with that guy. It was already extremely difficult to navigate moving on from being sexually assaulted and being taken advantage of by someone I cared about who had an immense amount of power over me. Seeing everything this week has been extremely stressful, and it's been equally difficult to see people responding in bad faith with transphobia as it's been to see people blindly defend Ava and disregard evidence because she's transgender. I feel like the only way for me to move forward with my life is to talk publicly about what happened. I don't want hush money, and I don't want clout. I just want to be able to move on with my life and close this chapter. And, yeah. Muskina, I hope you get that. You, out of all the people involved in this story, deserve that. Didn't Mr. Beast know of Ava's Shadman art? I did not look extensively into that part of the story. I looked mostly into the part of the story, the part of the allegations that came out last week about her grooming a minor, which did not appear to be true. That's what I looked into. I don't know the depth of Ava's association with Shadman. So, if it is, if it goes deeper than, like, what I thought it was, then I completely revised my position on that as well. But I think that this is, with everything else, this is more than enough right here for me to be like, nah, our community isn't carrying water for you, Ava. We're not doing that for you. Like, this is... I mean, this came out again a couple days ago, and, like, the reaction has mostly been to try and, like, blame Muskina for putting herself into compromising situations, but, like, I think the majority of the blame goes to the perpetrator, man. like it doesn't go to the victim. How does it keep getting worse and worse? Yeah. What kind of fucking victim blaming is that? Right? No, it is Ava, like, in this particular scenario, like, Ava's 100% to blame for, like, everything. When you have that amount of power in the situation, you're the one who, you know, the buck ends with you, as it were. Like, I mean, frankly, this sounds like Muskina should, one, sue the ever-loving shit out of that company for wrongful termination. Number one, for violating her labor rights. Like, she should. She would make a lot. Number two, you know, get legal eagle on that, all right? Number two, like, these allegations, to me, seem like they would rise to a level of criminality. Muskina does seem like she's trying to put it behind her, but, like, holy moly. If Ava Tyson was doing that to one trans person, like, she could have done that to a lot of people, guys. And honestly, from this narrative, it sounds like a lot of people have been affected by this. Muskina. Yeah. There we go. I'll link the thread here, so you guys can check it out. Yeah, again, I guess a lot of this is to just, like, really correct the record, because I did, to some degree, defend Ava last week, and I just wanted to come out with this after seeing these allegations and just be like, I'm not doing that. I'm not throwing myself in front of that trolley for the likes of her. This just honestly, Animalis rocks. This makes me feel sad, disappointed, frustrated, and stupid as hell. You know, like, I feel duped, and I deeply, deeply dislike that feeling. So, I guess this is, and yes, she, her pronouns. And I don't know. All of this, I don't have a good way to wrap this up. There's not like, we don't have like a great, you know, in a democratic sense, we don't really have a course of action to take here. Most of this is just to be aware of what's out there in terms of allegations. I think more people need to be aware of this because of the prominence that Ava has in trans circles and in the wider internet. Like, this is a big deal in ways that go beyond just, you know, our little corner of it. Well, and I know it's not my fault, you know, but like, this is what happens when folks are relatively unaccountable and get free reign to do shit like this, and everyone around them remains silent. You know, like, it's not like the Mr. Beast team was again, Muskina kind of points this out and indicates this. It's not like the Mr. Beast team was unaware of Ava and like what she was doing on set, how she was treating her employees. Again, this is why, like, when companies get bigger, usually you want to control your content creators. Usually you want to control your employees because you want to make sure stuff like this doesn't happen. You know? So, like, obviously the buck stops with Ava on this, but it also was enabled by, I would say, like, a lot of the willful blindness of the Mr. Beast company. So, yeah. Again, for legal reasons, all of what I said is based on if these allegations are true. What's the prescription, though? Like, how do we discourage this behavior so it happens less in the future? Well, I mean, one of the big things is we need to instill culturally values that align with, you know, not being silent when others are doing the wrong thing. You know, standing idly by while others, you know, abuse their positions, while others, you know, whether it's like someone in your friend group cracking like transphobic jokes, or someone at your company like getting weird with, you know, at the company holiday party near the punch bowl, you need to like step in, you know, step in, step up, and like say something, you know, risk a confrontation. Can we maybe move positions of power that make this possible? I think we're an extremely long way from being able to do that. Like, we're millennia away from being able to do that. Ideally, like a horizontal power structures would be great, but we don't have that. What's the prescription for Ava, do you think? What should happen? I think Ava should, one, fuck off. And two, probably do something to indicate an apology. You know, like, I genuinely don't know. I think really, if, again, if Muschino was interested in filing charges here and seems to have all of the receipts, there's a compelling argument to be made here that, like, this was sexual assault. But again, you're talking about the resources of an ordinary person versus the resources of someone who is in the orbit of, like, a billionaire. So, Rick Adrian, I know. I'm not beating myself up about it. Yeah, exactly, Anthony Schuler. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. And I think we need to instill, like, better values in, like, our younglings, you know, in the next generation. We need to make sure, like, kids are willing and able and feel confident to call out shitty behavior among their peers. You know? Because again, I find it absolutely inconceivable that people in the Mr. Beast circle didn't know Ava was doing stuff like this. They worked together for, like, over a decade? Like, how long have they been making videos together? Like, there's no way they didn't know. Yeah, and the other thing is, like, Forlorn79 is absolutely right. Like, when it comes to, like, a prosecutor criminally charging Ava Tyson, that's probably never going to happen just due to the nature of cases like this. Unless Muskina got, like, Ava to be like, yeah, I sexually assaulted you in, like, a text message, it would have no ability to really close on the central issue, you know? Did you just hear me say younglings? I did say younglings, yeah. Anyway, I just want to say, like, as a trans person, this fucking sucks, man. It sucks. And there's not really, like, a way to make it better. It just sucks. You've been watching Star Wars, clearly, since I was a child. Man, we got a hard show tonight, guys. That wasn't even the first. That wasn't even the main drama thing I wanted to talk about tonight. That was just, like, one of the drama things I wanted to talk about tonight. So, damn. I figured our next segment is going to be a little bit more entertaining because we get to laugh at conservatives, we get to rejoice, you know, we get to feel the freedom from the burden of all that has come before. How? Well, you'll see. But folks, before we get to that, we've now been live for over an hour. If you guys have been enjoying, or you know, the topic has been bleak so far, but if you've been getting anything out of today's stream, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because without you guys, this show would not be possible. You are the economic engine of the Riverboat Jack steamer. That's right, I'm not a streamer, I'm a steamer. Yeah, unburden yourself of your subscription dollars. God. It's so hot down here. I might need to go change out of my sweatshirt. Or put something on under my sweatshirt so that I can just let it be open. I guess this isn't a sweatshirt, it's a cardigan. You guys know what I mean. Donate your money to Jack before you too become corrupted by its power. True. True. I invested in coconut futures. It's all right. Again, I never want you guys to put yourselves in a position that you know, makes you worse off. Palate cleanser is greatly needed after that. I agree. I will be right back. I need to change my clothes. BRB.
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
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 What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been?
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context.
Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
You exist in the context of all in which you live what came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
What can be unburdened by what has been?
What can be unburdened by what has been?
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live what came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context.
Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
You exist in the context of all in which you live what came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
What can be unburdened by what has been?
What can be unburdened by what has been?
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live what came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context.
Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree?
Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
You exist in the context of all in which you live what came before you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut
unburdened by what has been, what can be, unburdened by what has been, what can be, unburdened by what has been, what can be, unburdened by what has been,
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All the trees you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All the trees you live came before you. Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. What came before you, tree? What came before you, tree? What came before you, tree?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live. What came before you? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All the trees you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All the trees you live came before you. Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. What came before you, tree? What came before you, tree? What came before you, tree?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live. What came before you? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All the trees you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All the trees you live came before you. What came before you, tree? What came before you, tree? Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. What came before you, tree? What came before you, tree? What came before you, tree?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live came before you. Coconut tree? What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live. What came before you? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be
Unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
what can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live. What came before you? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be
Unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
what can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Sorry about that, folks. My partner, my partner, I'm trying not to like give too much info away, but my partner really hurt her leg last week, and it's a big deal, and yeah, had to. I was spending some time making sure she had everything she needs and is okay.
Not GNAB watching, but wanted to get a long overdue sub in. Wishing everyone the best. Going back to mommy mode as usual.
Crystal Hazer, I've been wondering where you've been. Thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Yeah, I was going to be doing a lot more work today during the daytime, but had a lot of medical appointments to go to. All right. Hope she heals well. Me too. We got some more stuff throughout the week, so it's not, fortunately, not a one and done type thing. But yes, send your energy to my partner, Clarice. Salmon Moose, unfortunately, she's been through some real odysseys related to her legs. Also, again, sorry for leaving you guys down here. Gotta go to bed. Get good sleep, Melanie. Or Smelanie. Paladin Lost, thank you for the $15 BWA. BWA can be unburdened by the donos that have been. Thank you for donoing while I was offline. I really appreciate that. Not while I was offline, while I was off away. Moloch, let me take a look at your channel real quick. Let's find that video. The Ballad of Dumb Matt Walsh. Let's go. Let's check it out. Cool animated intro.
I'm a talentless DJ hack. Now the Daily Wire has gone back. Vulnerable communities are who we attack. We don't have to deal with concrete facts. Our viewers just like the validation and feedback. It doesn't matter that my brain is hollow. It doesn't matter that my analysis is shallow. Because millions of people somehow follow me. Thank God for billionaire dark money. Without Shapiro, I'd be useless. Without Shapiro, people would know I'm stupid. That's why I wear glasses to hide the truth. I have a neck beard to disguise the proof. I wear flannel because I'm aloof. It doesn't matter that my brain is hollow. It doesn't matter that my analysis is shallow. Because millions of people somehow follow me. Thank God for billionaire dark money.
True. That is how he operates.
I'm a voice that cannot be silenced. I don't care that I cause domestic violence. I sell hate that people are buying. If I said I wasn't a grifter, I would be lying.
Is this the US top 10? It is now.
It
Hey,
doesn't
Shark
matter
Bear
that
Zero.
my analysis is
Hey.
shallow. Because millions of people somehow follow me. Thank God for billionaire dark money.
Need to curse your wife with it? Here you go. Please like and subscribe, folks. That's from Moloch the Owl over in YouTube chat. Give it a look-see. We need Chapel Rowan to play this. Yes, our strongest woke warrior. Thought Shark was in chat for a minute. I think Shark has been in chat like a couple of times in the past. Whew. All right. Got our wiggles out. Let's go. So we need to talk a little bit about Kamala Harris because, man, folks, Kamala Harris, and I have to be honest with you guys, has exceeded all of my expectations. Absolutely all of them. Rand Paul's hero neighbor. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. When Kamala Harris was being like put forward, I was just like, you know what? She's better than Biden. Whatever. You know, that I'll take it. But it is pretty incredible how her performances have happened. How her performance has gone, you know, after Biden has bowed out. Like, it's a big improvement. The Harris campaign is quoting drill. We'll get there. Was that a reference to the neighbor who kicked Paul's ass? Yes. We stand Mamala, an American mom. True. Moloch, you're very welcome. Thank you for the $10 super chat. You have a good night. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh my god. When did Rand Paul get his ass kicked? I don't know, like 6 years ago. Yeah, the Kamala HQ account is run by the Kamala Harris
Thank you
campaign.
so much. I have to go to bed. Thank you so much again.
Okay. We're gonna try this again. So we have to talk about Kamala Harris, everybody, because I have been blown away by how well Kamala Harris has transitioned into campaign mode. And I think she's doing incredibly, incredibly well in a way that is far exceeding my expectations. I just wanted to settle for someone who wasn't Biden, frankly. Someone who could defeat Donald Trump and not be a fascist. And I gotta say, I think that there is, like, some pretty interesting developments happening. Okay? First of all, I did not know this, but apparently Kamala Harris was the only official to call the Palestinian American who lost 150 family members in Gaza. Like, the only one from the Biden administration. Obviously, Rashida Tlaib, you know, called him and talked to him in person, but like, I was actually kind of blown away by this. Like, how is it possible that Kamala Harris was the only one to call this guy? Really? And I think this again indicates and speaks to, she didn't have to do that, guys. Like, she didn't have to do that. Like, this is really sad, but it also shows that she is someone who breaks with the Biden administration's position on this particular issue. And that gives me a lot of hope for the future in a way that, like, I did not feel under Biden. I did not have a lot of hope regarding Gaza under Biden. This helps me a lot to differentiate the two of them. There's something very human about this particular story that just speaks to the issue. And I think this is really good. Not only do I think this is just politically good, but also just like signals a sea change. I worried about her picking Shapiro, blunting her momentum in the general, but she hasn't picked someone yet, right? Like my understanding is there isn't a pick yet. There's just the short list for who's going to be her VP, and we'll see. We'll see who it is. One of the people we're going to talk about in this segment is Tim Walz. Now, Tim Walz is the governor of my state, and he's someone that, like, in a similar way to Roy Cooper, in a similar way to Andy Bashir, is kind of positioned really well to be a vice president pick. But he's generally really good on a lot of issues in a way that's, you know, amenable to lefties like me, which kind of, in my mind, in my previous calculations, really made him an outsider pick. But he's now kind of the front runner pick in my mind, at least judging by social media. He's out there and just killing it on social media. Look at this appearance on CNN.
But you've legalized recreational marijuana, you passed universal background checks on guns, you expanded LGBTQ protections, you implemented tuition-free college for low-income Minnesotans. There's free breakfast and lunch for school kids. Do you think your record is an asset to the ticket, or would it risk fueling Trump's attacks as you being a big government liberal?
What a monster. Kids are eating and having full bellies so they can go learn, and women are making their own healthcare decisions. And we're a top 5 business state, and we also rank in the top 3 of happiness. Look, they're going to label whatever they're going to label. He's going to roll it out, mispronounce names, you know, to try and make the case. The fact of the matter is, where you see the policies that Vice President Harris was a part of making, Democratic governors across the country executed those policies, and quality of life is higher, the economies are better, all of those things. Educational attainment is better. So yeah, my kids are going to eat here, and you're going to have a chance to go to college, and you're going to have an opportunity to live where we're working on reducing carbon emissions. Oh, and by the way, you're going to have personal incomes that are higher, and you're going to have health insurance. So if that's where they want to label me, I'm more than happy to take the label.
I mean, like, that is an incredibly, like, just incredible. Like, and not to like oversell it or anything, but like, this guy is a liberal. You know, he's not a socialist. He's not like a communist or anything like that. He's just espousing left-leaning liberal policy. And the fact that this has been kind of portrayed as like ultra left-wing is kind of wild. Like, I love that he kind of uses the Minnesota nice / passive aggressiveness to just be like, yeah, it is what it is. You know, like, I think kids should eat. Shoot me. You know, like, he's very clear and he's very blunt. And that's something a lot of people, I think, appreciate about Minnesota and Minnesotans in general. Like, we're very blunt in our communication style, and he's extremely good at it. Hey, Lanzetta. Hey, Sparrow NR. Tim Walz also peaked during COVID as someone in his state. Guy just has a good practical head on his shoulders. And that's the thing. Like, Tim Walz isn't a leftist, but he is compelled by good arguments into better positions. And that's what's great, you know? Like, he's someone who's like, well, this just makes financial sense. So, you know what? If you want to call it socialist, call it socialist, but it's just a better financial decision. You know, like that's just kind of how he is. And frankly, a lot of the rhetoric I'm seeing around the Kamala Harris campaign and around like Democratic strategists indicates to me that Kamala Harris wants to have policy more in line with what Tim Walz is selling here. Okay? So here's an interesting statement coming from James Carville, who, if you know anything about politics, James Carville is like an institution in Democratic circles, and he is not our friend. Let's put it that way. He's not our friend. His politics are not good, but he's in the business of winning elections. And so here's what he has to say about Kamala Harris. I think she should announce, when I'm president, there's going to be a Justice Department task force to investigate price rigging and price gouging. Now, people are going to say, oh, that's anti-corporate, that's anti-Wall Street. Well, okay, go ahead, why not? And that's the thing. James Carville is awful, but I think this is good advice. Like, when James Carville's like, yeah, you embrace the leftist messaging, that's kind of crazy, you know? Like, I think we're in an interesting scenario. And frankly, I think that Tim Walz kind of embodies this ethos of like, you want to whine about like me feeding kids, go for it, I guess. Yeah, heartbreaking. The worst Democratic strategist you know just made a great point, right? Exactly. Or like, here's Tim Walz again. When I might have covered this, I don't remember. When he signed the law for feeding children, because again, for those of you who don't know, Minnesota has a law that makes all kids eligible for free breakfast and lunch at school. So no kid goes to school hungry. It's incredibly good, it's incredibly effective, and it's not means tested. So here's Tim Walz talking about that.
Yeah, isn't that rich? Our Republican colleagues were concerned there would be a tax cut for the wealthiest. You can't make some of this up if you tried. The fact of the matter is that the programs of getting food get to our children as easily as possible has always been a priority. We know there's a lot of families that this is hard. They send you tons of paperwork. You're struggling. You're doing work. You're doing all that. This was meant to make it as easy as possible, knowing that it's a benefit for all of them. The haves and have-nots in a school lunchroom is not a necessary thing. They just feed our children. And so I'm really excited about that. I think coupled with these payments, we're feeling this. Going back to school looks a lot easier this year.
Yeah. You know what else gets a lot easier when you have food? Learning. It turns out starving kids don't learn as well as kids who've had food. It's crazy, you know? Who would have thought? Starving children don't learn well. Yeah, shock at you. And like, he's right. Like, it's just the right thing to do. Also, Olive Rider, Minnesota is a nice place to live. We've had trans protections since the 1990s. In law, which is pretty cool. Minneapolis is the best place in the state to live. That is true. I never got breakfast and I'm a dumbass. It's true. But also, again, like, clearly the Kamala Harris campaign really likes what Tim Walz is doing, because they've been, the campaign has been highlighting him, the Kamala HQ account, obviously. This, again, all of his media appearances have been incredibly good.
So you've gotten some attention this week for calling Trump and Vance and Republicans in general weird. And I think that you're the one that set this tone. And there's this shift. The Harris campaign seems to be following your lead, echoing this language.
Yeah, Cooper backed out. It's unfortunate, but frankly, I think the door opened for Walz, and I would take Walz in a heartbeat over Cooper.
Why do you think weird is a more effective attack line against Trump than what Democrats have been done previously, which is argue that he's an existential threat to democracy?
Yeah, and it's an observation on this, and being a school teacher, I see a lot of things. But my point on this is people kept talking about, look, Donald Trump is going to put women's lives at risk. That's 100% true. Donald Trump is potentially going to end constitutional liberties that we have, end voting. I do believe all those things are a real possibility, but it gives him way too much power. Listen to the guy. He's talking about Hannibal Lecter and shocking sharks and just whatever crazy.
Yeah, Tim Walz was a school teacher, I think, for like 24 years. Like, he's kind of a local Bernie Sanders type. Like, he's, to be clear, again, not as far left as Bernie Sanders on policy, but like in terms of like a long-term track record of like being pretty good, all things considered, as far as politicians go.
Easy thing pops into his mind, and I thought we just give him way too much credit. And I think one of the things is when you just ratchet down some of the the scariness or whatever and just name it what it is.
Yeah, also he's an old white guy, and that is kind of what Kamala Harris needs, similar to how Obama needed an older white guy.
I got to tell you, Jake, my observation on this is, have you ever seen the guy laugh? That seems very weird to me that an adult can go through 6.5 years of being in the public eye. If he has laughed, it's at someone, not with someone. That is weird behavior, and I don't think you call it anything else. It is simply what we're observing.
I actually, and again, you will have seen, and we're going to cover some examples of this, but you'll have seen from this attack in particular a wave of resonance, both on the left and right side of the political spectrum, because what does Donald Trump have? Like, what is his main appeal, guys? What is the main centerpiece right now of the entire Republican Party? It's a gigantic cult of personality. And how do you undermine a cult of personality? Do you point out that, like, well, they have bad policies. Well, they're not actually going to make America great again. Did you know that? No, you actually don't. You aren't able to defeat them on those grounds. You defeat them by attacking the cult of personality, by pointing out that these people are fucking weirdos. Yeah, you take an axe to, like, a metaphorical speech axe to the tree of their of their version of political correctness, which is, of course, the ego of their leadership. That's it. You point at the cult leader. You do what Charlie Chaplin did with The Great Dictator. You point at the dictator and you fucking laugh at him in his face. Yeah. Yeah. That's how you do it. And frankly, this is kind of how you get at that. And I think, in terms of like Minnesota, we kind of get that, because that's kind of how all of our family gatherings are, when it's a little bit tense around the dinner table, okay? It's all you got is the passive aggression, you know what I'm saying? You gotta let something simmer for like 20 years and then make one single snide comment at the side of your mouth on one Christmas Eve, and you have to make sure that one comment is absolutely devastating. Do you think that the left has lost hope for this election? Absolutely not. With Biden gone? No, not on your life. It's quite the opposite at the moment. But yeah, Tim Walz kind of spearheaded this, and like, dude's just going banger after banger on Twitter right now. It's kind of insane. All right.
But today I have probably a more important job. My job today is to be dad to a 17-year-old daughter named Hope, who's here. And Hope and I Hope woke up like many of you did 5 weeks ago and said, Dad, you're the only person I know who's in elected office. You need to stop what's happening with this. I'll take my kick in the butt for the NRA. I spent 25 years in the Army and I hunt. And I gave the money back, and I'll tell you what I have been doing. I've been voting for common sense legislation that protects the Second Amendment, but we can do background checks. We can do CDC research. We can make sure we don't have reciprocal carry among states, and we can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at. We won't do it by dividing us. We will doing it by bringing in responsible gun owners from the side to make this happen. Give me the opportunity to earn your endorsement. We will make these things happen in Minnesota and make sure that this state continues its long progressive tradition. Thanks for having me. But today
Yeah, like, as far as like narratives go, guys, him getting up in front of a crowd of people here and talking about how his teenage daughter came to him and was like, Dad, you got to do something about these guns. And he actually responded to it and like went out and like changed his position isn't like, that is such a rare thing in politics. And the fact that he's able to talk about it, able to then advocate for like common sense gun control without skipping a beat, I think that's great. I think that is great. Why shouldn't they have reciprocal carry? Largely Foxbat because they want to address like the issue of like guns being sold in like, you know, one state and then crossing borders into another. Yeah. And like then there can be cases where laws change between the states, where city ordinances conflict with laws. Like it can be a whole thing. And like he responds again. This video was tweeted by David Hogg. Used to support the NRA, took money from them, but after the Parkland shooting, his daughter Hope asked he do all he could to fight gun violence. In response, Walz not only denounced the NRA and gave all the money he ever took from them to charity. Since then, he's passed multiple gun laws as governor of Minnesota. And guess what? People still have guns here, guys. It's not like it's impossible to get guns in Minnesota. You absolutely can. You can go and shoot guns. You can do that. But we have common sense gun reform here, and it's good. Okay? And here he is responding to David Hogg. Again, David Hogg, survivor of a massacre at his school. It's true, I'm a veteran, a hunter, and a gun owner, but I'm also a dad, and for many years I was a teacher. I know basic gun safety isn't a threat to my rights. It's about keeping our kids safe. I had an A rating from the NRA. Now I get straight Fs, and I sleep just fine. Absolute position of strength here. Absolutely great positioning here. He looks like my dad if he had base politics. He looks like my dad if he had base politics, yeah. And like, speaking of, like, how are Republicans feeling about J.D. Vance these days? Meanwhile, on the other side of the fence, you know, we got a revitalized, energized Democratic base with like hundreds of thousands of new volunteers and like 120 million small dollar donations to the campaign. Like we're straight up here. Ben Shapiro, what do you got to say?
Speaking of errors that Republicans are going to have to avoid. So J.D. Vance is the vice presidential nominee for President Trump. Now, if you had a time machine, if you go back 2 weeks, would he have picked J.D. Vance again? I doubt it. I think
Oops. Whoopsie. It seems that Ben Shapiro is also acknowledging that, you know, it turns out maybe this J.D. Vance guy isn't looking so great. And you know what? I mean, I don't understand. Why would you be regretting this J.D. Vance guy? Is it because he said this?
It's funny because I think we're in her district right now. But I'm regularly asked by donors in Ohio whether I'd be willing to denounce MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congressman from, if not this part of Georgia, at least close by.
Valid question.
I say, why? Why do you want me to denounce this person? Well, she believes these crazy things. Who cares? Believing crazy things is not the mark of whether somebody should be rejected. Believing
I think that if somebody is in a position of authority over your tax dollars, if they believe something beyond the pale crazy, yeah, they probably shouldn't be in that position. Anyway, we're not weird, but I'm not going to denounce the lady who keeps talking about Jewish space lasers.
important truths should be the mark of whether we accept somebody. And if they believe some crazy things on the side, that's fine.
Some crazy things like the Holocaust didn't happen. That's not our business. Like
need to be okay with non-conventional people. It's funny because
non-conventional people who are deeply anti-Semitic. The anti-Semitism, that's part of the spice of life. Am I right, folks? According to J.D. Vance, anyway. Or, what about this one? Oh, wait. What's this?
We are not going to allow them. Why is it so hard to understand? When somebody else gets them right, it's not like a damn pie. Oh, somebody got a bigger piece of pie. I don't get it. Rights aren't that way. There's enough for everybody. There's enough for everybody to be included. Same thing with jobs. Same thing with housing. Same thing with health care. So, you saw...
it's such a huge difference when you watch like back to back. On the right, all they have is like, why, no, I could never denounce a neo-Nazi. Well, that's just a fun little extra thing that people believe. And meanwhile, on the left, you got people like Tim Walz who are going out there being like, yeah, everyone deserves rights. Everyone deserves like a living wage. People deserve safety. like actual policy, actual real things.
We are not going to allow them to make the case. Yes, they're a threat, but we're not going to stay in their frame. We're not going to stay where they're at. We're not going to play their game. We called them out for the weird nonsense that they believe, and we presented a different...
Oh, you haven't heard about the Jewish space laser? Yeah, Phosphorus. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican congresswoman, believes that Jewish people control space lasers that cause wildfires. She said that out loud in public.
An argument to the American public. One where everybody matters. One where we can achieve. One where we solve problems. And what's so great about this is, we know here in Minnesota, that message works. We are the majority. That's why they shrink the vote. That's why they make it harder to vote. That's why they try and bring fear. And that's why they try and get you to the point where you're pessimistic. And what difference does it make?
Also, like, I'm not gonna lie, he is older, but he's kind of like one of those guys like Bernie, where like, I'm pretty sure he's just gonna keep on living for a while. Like if he got, like if Kamala Harris got elected and God forbid something happened, like, I think he could go for like another 2 terms, frankly. Like, I think he's got that dog in him, Anyway, I'm sure everything's completely normal with this JD Vance guy. Oh. Yeah, it turns out 2 years ago, JD Vance invested in a biotech firm that did extremely unethical animal testing and burned a lot of monkey testicles. That's not a joke. That's actually a thing. He and his investment are at least through his investment, he's at least partially responsible for toasting a bunch of monkey testicles. That's a headline to walk back to, isn't it? Isn't it though? Like it's a real article, by the way. I did check. This is not a joke. This is a real article. I went and checked just on the off chance it wasn't, but it's real. Yeah, not a joke. Anyway, I happen to think that guys who invest in weird pharmaceutical biotech companies that create burned monkey testicles, I think they're weird. what purpose is served? I don't know. Biotech testing on animals, presumably to prove their proof of concept. Why is everything about Vance weird as fuck? Well, because, I don't think Republicans really have anything that's not weird as fuck waiting in the wings. Like, who else was going to be the VP? Doug Burgum? Maybe Doug Burgum doesn't have anything weird with a name like Doug. Anyway, I wonder how JD Vance is holding up these days.
Calling you weird. Does that hurt your feelings? How do you feel about that?
No, not at all. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
Calling you...
He preemptively cringes because he knows that the question is coming, man. He knows he's about to be called weird in this interview, and he does not like it. I'm not mad.
Weird. Does that hurt your feelings? How do you feel about that?
No, not at all. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
It doesn't hurt my feelings. This is how JD Vance is being introduced on Fox these days.
I've watched that interview many times, and you should too, in full, and draw your own conclusions. When that interview surfaced, two things leapt to my mind. Those of us who talk for a living make mistakes. We say things that in hindsight we might phrase differently or better or not at all. And then I thought about a stormy day at Reagan National Airport where I met two women desperately trying to get home to South America. I was trying to get home to South Carolina. We spent the whole day together, finally making it to Charlotte, and then somehow we got them on a flight to Houston. They were headed to visit family in South America before returning to their new home called America. And when we parted ways, they said they'd like to pray for me as their way of saying thanks for the day spent together. And I assured them it's too late to help me. But I do have a friend who's expecting, and she got some tough news about her unborn child. Would they please pray for her instead? And they did, and they still do to this day. They're Catholic nuns, childless, dedicated to God, love this country.
Anything at all, so I don't have to talk about JD Vance.
Living lives of service to others. And it's not just Catholic nuns. Some of the finest people I know don't have children. Teachers and guidance counselors and lawyers and doctors, and they love other people's children enough to teach and guide and protect and minister to them. Some people choose not to have children. Others desperately want them, but they can't. In a moment, we'll speak with Senator J.D. Vance. We have never met before, but we have many friends in common who tell me that he is smart and he is talented and he is more than capable. None is perfect, no, not one. That's what the good book says. And
none is perfect. That's why we have nuns.
American people are forgiving if we ask.
So for those of you who don't know what the hell that was all about, JD Vance had a clip reemerge of him talking about childless women, and it's not a good look. It's do I have the clip here? Man. Yeah, here we go.
Let's give votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes to the parents of those children.
Man, this seems like a deeply normal person who's not weird at all.
When you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power. You should have more of an ability to speak your voice in our democratic republic than people who don't have kids. Let's face the consequences and the reality. If you don't have as much of an investment in the future of this country, maybe you shouldn't get nearly the same voice. Now, let's give votes to...
Now, let's just put a little bit of a pin in that, right? And supplement that with this clip from an old Fox News segment where J.D. Vance went on and talked with Tucker Carlson.
Run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it? What I'm saying is that
Yeah, so basically combine these two statements. On the one hand, he's saying, like, how could we possibly have ceded control of this country to childless, joyless cat ladies? And meanwhile, then he's also advocating that families should have control over their children's votes. Presumably, the head of the household should have control over the children's votes. Yeah. And this, of course, has sparked a massive amount of people, mostly women and femmes, posting adorable pictures of cats, by the way. And I support them in that endeavor, okay? Yeah, the corporate cat lady oligarchs that run the country, secretly from behind the scenes. Anyway, let's see, this J.D. Vance guy, he just seems so normal. Let's see how he talks about his wife, shall we? His lovely wife, Usha.
look, I love my wife so much. I love her because she's who she is. Obviously, she's not a white person, and we've been attacked by some white supremacists over that. But I love Usha. She's such a good mom. Look, I love my...
Man, pretty weird way to defend and talk about your wife. I mean, like, if I'm that wife, I'm looking for a divorce, like, the next day. That wasn't a meme? Nope. That was real. I love her. Obviously, she's not white. Uh-huh. Tell us more about that, JD. This says, yeah, they focus tested the worst VP candidate and chose it for fun. I kid you not, J.D. Vance, and this is going to be a deep cut. I've made this reference before, though, so some of you should see it coming. J.D. Vance is basically the vice president pick of equivalent of Wimp Lo from the movie, the hit movie Kung Pao. And yeah, it's like somebody trained him wrong as a joke, and now he's just bumbling around through politics, and for some reason has been able to have a career in conservative circles. Despite, rampant racism and, sexual attraction to, allegedly couches and allegedly dolphins. Which is another viral, set of tweets that have been going around. Yeah. The couch thing is fake, unfortunately. The dolphin thing, unfortunately, is real. So, be careful what you wish for. The monkey paw curls. Anyway, how are conservative folks on the ground doing these days? Donald Trump should declare victory the night of November 5th, regardless of the results. I don't care if she were to win legitimately. This is impossible. If she wins, it was not a legitimate election. Any Republican who certifies a Kamala won presidential election should be ashamed of themselves. I'm done playing around. I don't care if he isn't perfect. The people who want sodomy shown to children, genital mutilation of children allowed, infanticide increased, and Christianity wiped out cannot be allowed to power. Man, I got really bad news for this guy when he learns about circumcision in America. But you know what? That whatever. God, yeah, they're being totally normal about it. Yeah, we should be fascists. That's what we should be, is a really insane take. Also, can we just, again, these people are being deeply weird. All right, let's just Wall Street Silver here. I did a Google News search about Donald Trump. Google News changed it to Harris Donald Trump and proceeded to show me only news that favors Harris over Donald Trump. Well, number one, you Googled Donald Trump, and the news is just showing you algorithmically what is associated with Donald Trump right now, which is Kamala Harris. And unfortunately, the news coverage is not flattering to Trump at the moment, so like I'm mad that this algorithm showed me things related to what I searched for. Grr. Like, yeah, bro, this is how search engines have worked for like a decade now. Like, it's not a new thing for search results to show you like articles related to the thing you searched for. It's actually been a long-term feature of search results. And there are so many things you can complain about search results right now, but this isn't one of them. The way that AI is ruining search results, absolutely a thing you can complain about. This is not that, though. Yeah. Like, man, I don't know what to tell you. They all act like it's their first day on the internet. And it just keeps happening. Like, also, can we just... This man's weird. Why are you eating a hot dog on that plate? The plate looks like it's made for 2 hot dogs. You have this one lonely hot dog and this gigantic plate of fries. Move the plate of fries and just take some of the fries, put it on that plate, then it won't look so weird. Additionally, this looks like the last place you ever wanted to be.
Republicans in Project 2025 are like the pothead who's so used to smoking pot they forget it's illegal and offers a joint to a police officer.
Gamer G, thank you for gifting a sub to With Outro. I appreciate it. He ordered the half order of hot dog plate. Well, yeah, of course, but like, if you're doing a photo op, get it right, man. Get it right. This is just a weird, like, that and the fact that, like, it's nondescript hot dog laying suggestively towards his face. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying this is posed to be, like, weird or anything. He's just a naturally weird person. And, like, I'm not saying that to, like, hop on the bandwagon here. This would be a weird picture regardless. Also, dude does enough eyeliner around his eyes. Do a little brow work, okay? Like, darken your brows a little bit. They're, like, blending into your face. It's not a good look. It's an AI image? I don't think this is an AI image. Let's see, what else we got here? Oh yeah, here we go. Even Elon Musk is getting in on this, guys. Like, they're all just typing stuff into Google, allowing, like, the Google autocomplete to, like, suggest a bunch of things. And they're like, it's not mentioning Trump. And, like, man, maybe people just aren't that interested in the attempted assassination of Donald Trump anymore. Maybe the news cycle has moved on. Congrats, guys. You figured it out. It's all so weird. Or like, hey guys, look, it's the opening ceremony of the French Olympics, and they're doing like a whole thing about, you know, the French Revolution and how that was cool and based actually. And
Gamer G, I don't snipe, I crop dust. Bibble, 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 riverboat.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you for helping this stream, this riverboat chart a course through this stream. Yeah, this performance went really, really hard. And meanwhile, every conservative on Twitter, like, started complaining about how it's satanic. And, like, it's like all of the worst conservatives, too. Like, Andrew Tate, congrats. You guys are taking advice on what is and is not satanic from a guy who made his living, like, sexually exploiting women and, like, is on trial right now for that and also rape and also, like Like, I mean, sex trafficking. Like, you're gonna take advice on what's satanic from that guy? I think you got it maybe a little bit reversed here, guys. Did you catch the threads complaining that Marie Antoinette had a rough deal? She did have a rough deal. I have a lot of sympathy for Marie Antoinette. You know, she was done a bit dirty, frankly. As far as like historical figures go. Let's see. I think she from the historical textbooks, like she got fucking married at like 13 to the King of England, or the King of France. Like, why? At what is she really that responsible for anything? She didn't have political power. She's a lady who got sold across the continent. Yeah, she got sold across the continent, and then like all she wanted to do was escape with her family, and then got murdered. Like, frankly, behead the king, sure, behead the king, but like she wasn't doing shit. Does mean she could have sided with the working class. I mean, yeah. She was 14. Yeah, the King of France was also 14. Yeah, again, they're products of forces far beyond their control, at least at the time when they're 14. But, like, I don't know. They drugged her son into making a false molestation accusation. Yeah. A lot of it is not... Her life is not... great. Like, it's a life of opulence, but it's not a good life, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. I feel like under better circumstances, she would have been, like, a pretty decent person. Turns out being a woman back then still sucked, even if you were rich. Yeah, pretty much. Again, I'm not saying this to defend the vast majority of the aristocracy or the monarchy. I'm just saying this, like, specifically about Marie Antoinette. Yeah, also, yes, Marie Antoinette did not say let them eat cake. That is, that was like a fabrication. That made a lot of people very mad, but it didn't turn out to be exactly true. Yes, it's almost, yeah, it's, something coconut tree? Coconut tree? The cake is a lie, yeah. Robespierre was a monster? Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, the French Revolution is a scenario of, like, very limited and critical support of very specific figures. You know? Like, it's definitely not like a, like, oh yeah, all of these guys were good, you know, and all of these guys were bad. It's a very, like, okay, this guy was good for, like, approximately 3 years, and then he turned, like, unforgivably evil. Like, and this guy was good for, like, like a couple months, and then, like, you know, massacred like everybody. Again, it's like, it's a constant situations of, like, chaos. But of course, the weirdest point of all had to be made by Rob Dreher. Or Rod Dreher, my bad. Not Rob, Rod. Now, when you think of the Olympic symbol, what do you see? You know? When you see this symbol, what do you guys see here? You know, does anyone take a stab at it a little bit? Unity, wokeness, demons, Sanic, 5 interlocked rings. Okay, well, you know, I noticed that none of you mentioned what Rod saw. None of you saw what Rod saw, and I'm just gonna say that, again, conservatives are deeply weird people. Because Rod Dreher views the Olympic rings as glory holes. Emmanuel Macron's decadent France has turned the Olympic rings into glory holes. That's a real tweet. Classic Rod, right? He's the gift that keeps on giving. And Rod, yeah, look, Rod's seen a glory hole or two in his day. That's not what I would have guessed. What? The first thing that came to your mind wasn't glory holes? Wait, Foxbet, did you actually guess 5 glory holes? You did it! You did! Oh my god! Credit to Foxbat. How do you interlock glory holes? Sounds painful and superfluous. I mean, there's gonna be some superfluid, am I right? Rod Dreher is like if Dan Henschel came to life. Oh god. They always look that way. Yeah, and they always look that way to Rod too, okay? Look, when you grow up being named Rod, okay, you come to look at the world a different way. All right? When you grow up and your name is Rod, you know, you go through life and you just see a bunch of holes that call your name, okay? Also, can we just, and we might get to this later, but like, again, continuing the series of conservatives are deeply weird and troubled people. And this is why, by the way, calling them weird troubles them so much. But here we have Nick Merckx, who watched, we're just going to mention this. Okay, imagine comparing underage chemical castration and sex change surgery to picking a sport as a child. You're sick in the head, Moist Critical. Now, this seems to be a bit of a weird comment if you have no context here. Here's the context. A very large YouTuber who goes by Moist Critical or Penguin Penguins Zero? I don't know how to say it. Anyway, had a debate with Sneeko. And they had a debate about a lot of things, but seems mainly to boil down to trans people and kids, as well as age of consent. And in this gigantic debate, Sneeko defended 15-year-olds getting married and having sex. So, I just want to point out that Nick Merckx here is using that debate to be like, it's really sick of you talking about underage chemical castration and sex change surgery. You're sick in the head. Bud, your friend Sneeko is over there defending, like, children being sexually assaulted and saying it's okay as long as they're married first. Like, you're the weird one here. Like, setting aside everything else, like, setting aside the fact that, like, puberty blockers are completely reversible, like, they've been used on children for, like, the last 60 years, cis children and trans children, with no long-lasting ill effects in the overwhelming 99.999 repeating percentage points of cases. And no child is getting bottom surgery. Like, that's not a thing that generally happens. So, like, I don't want to hear it coming from this guy who's, one, ignoring the fact that in this debate his friend defended children being raped as long as they were in marriages first, and two, from the guy whose job it is to get children addicted to gambling. That's what Nick Merckx does, by the way. He streams on Kick, and he streams himself gambling. And the entire point of it, and the entire point of Kick in general, is to get children addicted to gambling. It's why Kick was founded and is funded by gambling companies. These people are weird. And you know what? Let's just take a quick look. How is that Trump guy weird? I can't remember. Guys, is Donald Trump weird? Because I would say so. But do you guys remember one of the specific ways in which he's weird? Because thankfully some very helpful people on Twitter have put together a really great little montage of Donald Trump being extraordinarily weird about his daughter. So let's take a look at that, shall we?
Yet at times his fatherly praise is downright cringeworthy, like on The View.
Okay to call my daughter Ivanka a piece of ass.
In 2006.
I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird! Stop. You know what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May, Ivanka described herself as a feminist while defending her father on CBS after a scathing New York Times article about his alleged negative treatment of women.
Is there unending commentary on the female form?
No. I've known my father obviously my whole life, and he has total respect for women.
Please welcome the lovely Ivanka Trump.
He has total respect from women, which is why he grabs them by the pussy.
Still, even Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that part.
Donald Trump has always been proud of his daughter.
I'd call collect to his office. I was probably, 10 years old. He would pick up the phone every single time, and he'd put me on speakerphone. It wouldn't be a long conversation. He'd introduce me to whoever was in his office.
And he was front.
Wow, what a great dad. He answered the phone when you called him. Wow. We're really lowering the bar.
Row when Ivanka took to the catwalk during her short-lived career as a fashion model. Still, Donald Trump repeatedly points out how hot his daughter is, saying last year in a Rolling Stone article, "Yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty, that one. If I weren't happily married and, her father."
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's...
Just gonna leave that one on screen for a moment. This is making my skin crawl. Yeah, because these people are deeply fucked in the head. They're very weird.
Weren't happily married and, her father.
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
Yeah, she's hot.
Ivanka continues to defend her father.
Yeah. Cool stuff. I don't want to do that, Micah. I don't want to do that. Anyway, let me introduce you to a new advertisement that's being run for the election now. Again, bear in mind, this is largely stemming from comments from like 3 or 4 days ago from Tim Walz, calling conservatives weird, calling people like J.D. Vance and Donald Trump deeply weird people. And in the span of a few days, here's what we got.
Us MAGA Republicans banned abortion, but that's just the start.
That's just the start. If Trump gets elected, we want the government involved in all aspects of your sex life.
Way more involved.
Way more involved. When you have sexual intercourse, it should be illegal to use contraception. No pills, no condoms.
Your genitals are reserved for procreation.
If you freeze 12 eggs, you should be required to have 12 babies, or else you're a serial killer. And I'm definitely not a serial killer.
Are you?
My son monitors my porn usage to make sure I'm not self-pleasuring.
Just like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. That's true, you can look it up.
Don't you think that's normal?
Yeah, I do.
It's normal for your son to do that.
You should have a family member monitor your porn use too.
Because pleasuring yourself is very, very naughty.
I'm voting in November.
I'm voting in November.
We're all voting in November. Are you?
Because what happens in your bedroom is up to me.
Is up to me and my son. Also, mouth stuff is a sin.
10 out of 10 ad, man. 10 out of 10. I like that I think the actors are progressively sweaty in between the different takes. Like, I think it starts off and they're not as sweaty. I think they get progressively more sweaty the deeper into the ad you go, and I find that really funny. Link, please? Here you go. Again, it's in like the span of like a couple days, the narrative of like Republicans are fucking weird has proliferated to an incredible degree, and it's affecting them. It's getting to them, guys. It's an effective attack. To the extent that, like, first in the Hill, Harris's campaign says she will be at the September 10th debate hosted by ABC, adding, "We'll see if Trump shows." Trump is trying to get out of debating her very, very hard. And honestly, like, keeping that initial deadline and, like, just showing up there and being like, he's too cowardly to show. That's a power move, guys. Like, Kamala is playing this very well. And the Kamala campaign is playing this very well. Why have the Democrats all of a sudden learned amazing messaging? Honestly, Ert and Bernie, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that, like, when you have Joe Biden as a candidate, you are shackled by the ideology of Joe Biden. You know, like, you're shackled by his policy positions and, like, his, like, lack of energy, his inability to articulate himself or inspire. And, like, the fact that we have new blood in a way that could move significantly on a lot of issues in a way that, like, energizes the base and young people, that helps a lot. You know, we are unburdened by what has been. And that is actually, unironically, huge. I honestly, this feels, and I don't want to, like, overplay this or anything, but this feels like Rock Lee dropping the weights. You know, like, we were in this battle, fighting with, like, our arms tied behind our back. And now, like, the weights are off, and it's time that it's actually go time, you know? Just like one of my Japanese animes. Yeah. Like, it's go time. You know, we get to get out there, we get to look and see the possibility of what can be, unburdened by what has come before. And, like, guys, this ad is getting to folks like Matt Walsh. Look at this. Many people have noted the Dems are trying to cast Republicans as weird. Weird. Even though the Dems are the party of cross-dressing fetishists, mentally ill transgenders, naked degenerates exposing themselves to kids, hideous cartoonish drag queens who look like Tim Burton characters, etc., etc. First of all, people love Tim Burton characters, but go off, King. But that's the whole point. They want to flip society on its head and make freakish sickos normal, and normal people into freakish sickos. And I gotta say, this kind of messaging is like this level of being on the defensive indicates to me that this is absolutely an effective attack. Okay, when you go after like the cult of personality, the only thing they have is to weirdly lash out, which is also not something that plays well. Getting weirdly defensive about something just makes you look more weird. And I mean, like, guys, this is who Matt Walsh is. I just need to remind you guys, the beard and like woodsmanly demeanor he's tried to adopt. This is who Matt Walsh really is. Dug up by Media Matters.
Usually suggests that a man expose his buttocks to me, but
don't go shirtless.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right here.
Okay,
Honestly,
go shirtless. Go shirtless.
Here's a serious suggestion. Why don't we seriously shock you in the ass? You got a lot of padding there, a lot of muscle, a lot of muscle in that ass, boy.
You don't want me to pull it out.
And yeah, I don't either. I really don't. I think we should just go.
I think no. Look.
Go one of these fleshy areas. Pick one.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hear me out. For the comedy of it, and also because that will hurt the least, I think we should shock you in the ass. At least
I think we should shock you.
No, I don't like that idea, but I do like a shocking you in the ass. So get over here.
All right,
you're not shocking my butt.
Yeah, you know, Matt Walsh dedicated to the idea of shocking a man in the ass, getting some electro play in here, I guess.
Let's just try it once in the ass.
Maybe off the edge.
We're just gonna fast forward through that part because he does shock him in the ass. Anyway, here is Matt Walsh refereeing some adult men in diapers.
And what's on the line now? If Tater wins by pin or submission, he wins tickets to go check out Kicks in Easton, along with 9 other great bands. If Interne wins, if he can somehow take down this giant behemoth,
Was that workplace sexual assault? I think arguably so.
yeah, he will get the opportunity just to spray Crank with mace in the face.
One of which he's already completed. That was to put a snake in his mouth. It was kind of weird, but I enjoyed it. That was a real snake. The second one is to lick this dumpster. The inside, now coming around in the show, he's going to lick the inside of this dumpster. This dumpster has not been licked in years. So,
Miguel.
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Oh, he's still going. Oh, and he did it. And he did it. And he did it.
And it's done.
Oh. Give me the camera.
Oh! Is that what I think it is?
Oh.
Yeah, so Matt Walsh, deeply weird. Also, just always have to note here, so in this video where Matt Walsh is, you know, refereeing this adult diaper wrestling situation, I'm on 144p. Was that a condom? That was indeed a condom in the dumpster. I believe one of these men, I think the guy on the right, but I'm not 100% sure, has, if you watch the full video of them wrestling, has a swastika tattooed on his back. A crude swastika tattooed on his back. So, you know, weird Nazi dude. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Matt Walsh is the expert here on who is and is not weird, I guess. You know what? Let's take a look. How's Tim Pool doing over here? Oh. Kamala's Project Special K makes Project 2025 look like daycare. She will force women to get abortions, send military to kidnap poor Hondurans to make them live in your homes, and she will start 800 new wars. God help us. I don't think Tim Pool's doing okay, guys. I think he's actually, like, having a real mental breakdown. Lance from the Surfs posted this, and I think this is the proper way to deal with Tim Pool. And honestly, a lot of these conservatives, what the fuck is Project K? I have no idea. It's not as far as I know, it's not a thing. Kamala, is he joking? Kamala Harris doesn't have like a real proposal. And this is the thing with right-wing, like Nazi adjacent folks like Tim Pool. They're joking until they're not. You know? He's joking, but he's got an actual position there, you know?
A young age, and they haven't had the ability. Like, for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird.
Because I came in on the 1-2 combo of Matt Walsh undie fighting and Tim Pool being Tim Pool.
Very fair, very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. But like, yeah, Tim, why are you obsessing over a stranger's like orgasm? Like, I'm pretty sure Jazz Jennings has talked about this extensively and is like, yeah, you know, like I have a harder time orgasming now, but like overall happy with the decision. I don't think Jazz Jennings is upset about her transition.
That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird.
Why are you assuming that Jazz Jennings would sell her body? It's such a weird position to have. Many people are saying.
Weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, at a young age.
And you can see how upset it makes Tim to be called out on how weird that is. You know? You can tell here, like, just watch his face.
And they haven't had the ability. Like, for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
Like, see, he's getting mad, dude. He gets mad and doubles down. It's funny. It's these people are not okay. Like we need to make sure that when like transphobes are being like fucking crazy weirdos, they know that they're being fucking crazy weirdos. People need to call them out on that. You know, like, here's Andrew Klavan from the Daily Wire. I don't know, guys. Tell me if this guy's being weird or not, because I think he's one of the weirdest on the Daily Wire crew, and that's saying something.
When you have a democracy, the best system is monogamy, right? One per customer. Everybody gets a woman, and it's
okay. Just as an FYI, we're like 2 seconds into this. What does monogamy have to do with democracy, man? You need to like do a little bit more legwork for that point.
It sounds like that means that weak people will be allowed to breed, but it turns out it's actually a pretty good system because it favors diversity. Because a lot of times the smartest guy in the room and the strongest guy in the room are two entirely different people. So you want the strongest guy to reproduce, but you also want the smartest guy to reproduce, and that is how humanity.
Yeah, because you know we're. You know, it's only survival of the fittest in American society. What do you think this is? You think we're doing like the Hunger Games every day out there, and like only the strongest live and survive? The strongest and the smartest are the only ones who emerge on the other side of the Hunger Games to like breed. Yeah, he's talking like social Darwinism. He's talking eugenics again because he's a fascist. That's not surprising. But what I think is great is that he's a fucking weirdo. He's weird about it, dog.
Advances. In fact, monogamy, one per customer, is a really good basis for a society.
Yeah. Also, I love that in this analogy, men are customers and women are products. Yeah, one woman per customer. Just to complete what his thought there. Yeah, objects even. Chattel even.
However, it goes against the guerrilla code. And the guerrilla code is written into our DNA. We're somehow...
It's not. We're not gorillas. It's literally not written into our DNA. We're not gorillas. We didn't come from anything resembling a gorilla. We're not those.
related. I'm not saying we evolved from gorillas, but we're related to them. We're not that far away from them.
We're also, distance is relative, Andrew. You're not that far away from a banana.
The men want lots of women. So the strongest man wants all the women, and the women want the strongest man. That is the way evolution has.
Can we also just take a moment? Most people who are poly are not like the top 0.1% of human form achievements. Most people are just people shaped. If you go, the elites aren't out there being polyamorous. Mostly it's the poor queers. It's the working class folk on the ground who wind up being a bit polyamorous. But look, if you want monogamy to be the law of the land, okay, you gotta put in some work to make sure we can afford some apartments, all right? Gorillas have the smallest dicks compared to body size, so maybe that's why you can relate to them.
Has designed us. So the strong have to take back the women. They want to take back the women from a system that is free. A system that is free is going to be a monogamous system. That's the way that works because it is the best system for freedom. It means everybody gets something, right? All the women get a man, all the men get a woman, as close as we can come to that. The strong want to take women back, and they have to do it because it's a free system. They can't do it by force. They might want to, but they can't. They have to do it by lies. And there are two big lies they want to tell them. One is your husband is a no-goodnik. He's a pain in the ass and he's bossing you around. That's the first lie. And that lie is probably not a lie. It's probably true on some.
Again, Bill Casey, in the world of Andrew Klavan, there's no room for asexual people. Again, the assumption is heterosexuality, and anything that deviates from that is unacceptable. That's what the conservative worldview is.
Some days at least. But the big lie that the government wants to tell you, that the people who want the power concentrated all in one place to get all the women, they want to tell you is that women...
Again, girl, come, we go. I'm sorry, but I don't see this Democratic platform of I don't know, Kamala Harris saying himbos for Kamala. I'm not seeing her create this gigantic polyamorous polycule that is political, political polycule, if you will, that will service her every whim and campaign for her. I don't see that happening. I don't see that as a mainstay of her platform. And so what Andrew Klavan is doing here is just pulling this entire theory and worldview out of his ass. And it's weird and off-putting. Political. Thank you, Spitfire.
Can take care of themselves. And women...
Himbos for Kamala isn't a bad idea. TM, do not copy.
The idea that they can't take care of themselves, but women cannot take care of themselves. They're smaller, weaker. Men are stronger. Men are...
How's the vibes this stream? The vibes are pretty chill. Yeah, I fucking... By the way, the idea that a woman couldn't beat the shit out of Andrew Klavan, I'm sorry. I've seen some really jacked women, all right? Are you telling me I don't know, what's her name? Muscle lady on Twitter. What's her name? Damn it. I think her name's Beef. Is it Beef? Beef Lady Twitter. I don't think I'll get the results I want. God damn it. The Beef Lady. Look. I follow, aspirational, like, buff ladies. Wait, Molly Millions. Do you know who I'm talking about? Lean beef patty? Is it lean beef patty? Yeah, lean beef patty. Like, are you telling me, Andrew Clavin, that you'd win in a fight against this lady? Because I don't think so. I think she would flex, I don't know, like 2 of these muscles in her back. I don't know what back muscles are called. She would just like flex one of them and you would die instantly, okay? She's just mastered that level of muscle control. It would send a shockwave and you would die instantly.
Mean, they're more aggressive. They will
My God,
take them
right?
over. They'll do it anytime they can, anywhere they can. They will abuse them. They will hurt them. Women have to.
Also, she's great. But yeah, I think she'd win, guys. I think she would fucking destroy just about anyone.
To come up with different strategies for survival than men do, right? Men buff up, they get tough, they study karate, they learn how to fight. Women can do all those things, and there still is going to be a man who can take them down.
Yeah, there's going to be a man who can take them down. Sure. But that's true of anybody. Like, if anybody, anywhere, no matter how hard you train, there's always going to be someone who can beat the shit out of you. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter if you're the world's strongest man. Guess what? We got weaponry. Okay, you can be as buff as you want. Not gonna stop a bullet. Not gonna stop your run-of-the-mill katana. Okay, you go to a Renfest. All right, everyone there's lethal. Okay, all those people at Ren fairs, they've been training their bodies to be deadly weapons. Okay, you think you're the world's strongest man? Head to a Renfest, okay, and go to those mean ladies who are paid to be mean to you, okay? They'll talk you into an early grave, all right? Bazookas exist. Yeah, bazookas exist. Okay, have you seen Lean Beef Patty's thighs? Look at these things. They can destroy a tank. All right?
Women have to find different ways of being safe, and one of those ways is finding a man to protect them. When you
can I just say I really love the narrative from conservatives who are so pro-gun. They're like, yeah, guns are great. Okay, they're people are entitled to like defending themselves, defending their lives. Guns are the great equalizer. And then like they're like, but women need men to keep them safe. And it's like, do women need men or do women need guns? I'm getting mixed messages here. It's like they can't be consistent because they're too busy being weird and pushing eugenics. Anyway, how's this Charlie Kirk individual doing these days? Is he doing all right? Let's take a look.
Kamala Harris will now have to answer for the idea that that teachers in California are not allowed to tell parents when their kids are medically transitioning.
Yeah, because that could endanger them because their parents could beat them to death or kick them out of the house, Charlie.
So let's pretend you are a 6th grade teacher in Orange County, California. In Huntington.
Yeah, I'm sure this is going to be a very normal comparison and not weird at all.
Beach, California. You're a 6th grade teacher, and a kid begins to identify as Steve instead of Susie.
Okay.
As a 6th grade teacher in Huntington Beach, California, you are not allowed to call up the parent. You are not allowed to notify the parent.
Why would you? Like, as a teacher, why is it any of your business? Genuine question. Why is it your business? Also, like, if you are medically transitioning as a 16-year-old, you have parental consent, which is something you need as a minor. You can't not have parental consent if you are a minor. Like, that is not legal, actually, Charlie. So he's already suggesting something that is illegal to do.
This is pure, unadulterated Marxism. The destruction of the...
And then he just goes off the rails. You know, like, he's like, it is illegal to notify parents, and this is what Marxism is. Really? Because I've read all theory, and I don't recall Karl Marx writing about how children should be able to trans their genders, and also, like, teachers don't have the legal rights to say anything about it. I don't think this actually has anything to do with Marxism, actually. I think that, you never read his young adult series? Wait, Charlie Kirk has a young adult series? Or are you saying Das Kapital had a young adult series? Because if so, that would be very funny.
The nuclear family as we know it,
Marx.
Where parents are no longer even allowed to know that their kids are being called by different names, receiving medical treatments.
Why should a parent be entitled to know all of the names their child goes by? Why? People in my high school got different names all the time. You know, kids would call each other nicknames. My username on this website, Riverboat Jack, that was a nickname that people called me. Why are parents entitled to this information? They're not, is the thing. Parents are not entitled to all of the information about their children, especially if the children don't want to tell their parents. Unless it's something illegal, parents don't have to be notified. Unless it's something life-threatening, parents don't have to be notified. You know, like, I'm sorry, like, if kid goes to school, goes through all their classes, tells some fun jokes with their, you know, friends, whatever, like, and then goes home, does the teacher need to type up, like, an in-depth report of all the activities that kid engaged in throughout the day? No. You're not entitled to every minute or every minute detail about your child's life. And the reason, again, why teachers are forbidden usually in progressive states from revealing information like this to parents is for the child's safety. Because the vast majority of queer youth that is homeless because they were outed to their parents. They're homeless because they came out to their parents or were outed to their parents, and their parents kicked them out of the house. So don't tell me there's not a risk here. Don't tell me you're doing this for child safety when, like, the biggest threat to children, if they haven't revealed their trans status to their parents, is usually their parents. How did your school peers come up with that name? Were you really interested in boats? No, the nickname came about because I worked at a Bible camp for 2 years, a Christian Bible camp, and one of the first weeks of the camp, we were going around introducing ourselves to the different church leaders who helped run the church. And I was like, hello, my name's Jack. And one of them was like, oh, you're going to name our son Jack. But then my old aunt, she told me, oh, don't you name him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler. And like everyone in the room went quiet and was just like, who the fuck is Riverboat Jack? And of course, afterwards, all the counselors looked up, like, who's Riverboat Jack? And there was no mythical figure about a riverboat gambler on the Mississippi named Riverboat Jack. And so I became Riverboat Jack, and they made up little songs like, Riverboat Jack, she'll take all your money. Riverboat Jack. So, stuff like that. I was the whiskey swilling, womanizing riverboater. And I just used it as my screen name. Actually, love this story. Isn't it fun? Yo!
Hey Jack, I didn't get to hear your views on Biden's grand amendment announcement today. If you have already done that story, can you give me a quick rundown?
Stoudman, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch, and I haven't done that story yet today, but in a nutshell, I think it's all really good. It's a proposal to get rid of, immunity for the president, to hold the Supreme Court accountable to an enforceable code of ethics, and I believe term limits. I need to look at it again. I think all of that is good. I don't know if we're going to get the amendment. Some of these things are tall orders given how Congress is, but I think introducing it and making it a priority for his administration, by extension, makes it a priority in Kamala's administration if she wins. So the 18-year term limit. So yeah, I think that would be good. It's a very, very good proposal, and making this a cornerstone of the Democratic ticket, I think, is really, really good. Well, it creates dialogue, but also, like, Kamala Harris has shown a lot of loyalty.
Riverboat Jack, taking all my money.
Very knifey dog. Thank you for gifting a sub to VCC TV. I appreciate it. Can they get it done? Well, the thing is, if they don't get it done in this current configuration of Congress, making it a priority in this administration makes it a priority in Kamala Harris's administration if she wins. So if she wins, she's going to continue carrying the torch for that particular policy and try and get that passed. So if we were able to get like full control of the Senate and the House and the presidency, which is not outside the realm of possibility, guys, currently with the level of support Kamala Harris has, we could get these things, I think. Yeah, if you can't bring yourself to vote for Kamala, make sure to vote down ticket. So yeah, I think there's no downside to the proposals Biden is putting out here. I think it's good. Trump attacked Kamala for not liking Jews. Her husband is Jewish. Yeah, like again, Kamala just is kind of bulletproof right now. It's crazy. What if we have another Joe Manchin or Sinema? Then we gotta use the party whips to get him into line. You know, that's the job of like party leadership. You got to be able to enforce it. Why would you not vote Kamala? I don't know. There are some people on the left who are very committed to not voting, okay? But moving right along. Yeah, how's you know what? Let's check in with Donald Trump. How's he doing over on Truth Social these days? Not too great. He appears to be complaining about the fact that gas prices are down. He's again, is this the guy? Is this your guy, conservatives? This your man? Because he's typing in all caps, and he's very, very angry that you're paying less money at the gas station. Crazy Kamala Harris. OPEC nations are going all out to drive down oil prices in the hope that crazy Kamala Harris will win. Then they'll really reap the rewards. She'll be a disaster for the USA. Like, my God. I don't know. They've got nothing on her. Gas was $3.49 a gallon last I checked. Yeah, but like the thing is, people fetishize how cheap gas was under Trump, and it's about the same cost under Trump as it is right now. And like, it might have even been a little bit higher under Trump. I remember there was like a stretch of time where I was paying like $4 a gallon for gas. But like, yeah, we got some people here under $3 a gallon, $3.50. It's lower than it's been. And oh God. I only pay like $3.10 in Washington. That's pretty nice. Okay. We finally finished that segment, okay? We finished another segment. Good job, everybody. If you've been enjoying the show, we've been going for about 3.5 hours. Please consider hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, like the stream, and please, folks, consider supporting the stream today, because it is only with donations from viewers like you and subs that I am able to keep this show going. You guys make this show possible. I'm not a large enough channel to survive off of ad revenue or anything like that. Most of my streams on YouTube are not monetized. So please consider dropping those subs and donos to support stream, because I would like to continue doing this job. And I thank you to all of you who make that possible. Completely off topic, but I'm working on writing demigods for my D&D campaign. I was wondering if I should have a 50-50 male to female ratio, have more of one or the other. Have like a 40-40 male to female ratio, and then throw in like some non-binary options that are like both like non-binary on the spectrum humanoids, but also maybe like a couple like weird eldritch ones, you know, just like off the charts, like kind of out of left field. What about non-gendered deities like plants or concepts? Yeah. I don't know. I always I like the this might not be a great example, but I enjoy the fact that like in Final Fantasy IX, like the final boss is like the embodiment of entropy, and it's just like a thing that's gonna kill you. Like it's not like a gendered creature. It's just a concept. Just Krug, god of rocks, Krug gender rock, 'cause Krug rock. In my story, the God of Darkness is only ever referred to by the title of the first. Hell yeah. Have you seen the new Pride merch from Kamala Harris's campaign? I have not. Kamala has a lot of donations from very wealthy people that want Kamala to fire the head of the FTC, Lena Khan. That'd be disastrous. Yeah, I've been seeing that. I believe you're referring to that CEO that donated like $7 million to Kamala Harris's campaign. I would hazard a guess, though, that like the small dollar donos are going to be more important to Kamala Harris's campaign than like a $7 million dono. But like, I understand the worry. Oof. How we doing, folks? Yay, you guys got over 100 likes already. Good job. Good job, everybody. Okay. My gender is W because all I do is win. Hell yeah. All right. Let's finish talking about this. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. So, guys, last week, Donald Trump went out and gave some remarks about how he's gonna be a fascist. He's going to be a dictator, and he's gonna do away with democracy as a concept. My girlfriend just pointed to my phone and said, Riverboat Jack, she's a smart boomer of the leftists I follow. She said, I like Riverboat Jack. Thank you. I like your girlfriend. She's got good taste.
Smiley face.
I'm not quite that old. I'm like a couple generations below that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Ethriel, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it so much. Boomer Jack and Ethriel, thank you for answering the call for subs and donos. Means a lot. Thank you so much. Boomer Boat Jack, true. Good night, Nine-Tailed Witch. So, Donald Trump put out a statement last week essentially saying, hey guys, I'm going to get rid of democracy. We're never going to have another election. You won't have to vote again. Everything will be great. You won't have to vote. Never again. You won't need to vote again. If you think I'm exaggerating, here you go.
And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. And again...
Now, of course, people are trying to backpedal this and say, oh, he's joking. He's just doing a Trumpism. And if you think I'm joking about that, here's a hard-hitting interview with a Trump official.
President Trump facing some backlash for those comments Friday night, saying his supporters won't have to vote again in 4 years. I'm joined now by the Republican governor of New Hampshire, Chris Sununu. Governor, what the heck did he mean there?
Well, I think that was a classic Trumpism, if you will. I think he's just trying to make the point that this stuff can be fixed. Obviously, we want everybody to vote in all elections, but I think he was just trying to make a hyperbolic point that it can be fixed as long as he gets back into office and all that. But classic Trump right there.
Okay, and just days. Let's turn to President Biden and Kamala.
No follow-up on that, by the way. No, zero follow-up. You're asking him about comments his former president and candidate made about ending democracy. You'll never have to vote again. And he's like, ha ha ha, it's just good jokes. Ha 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 ha. Like, he's even sweating. Like, he's nervous about the follow-up, and she just doesn't do it. Yeah, let's just turn to a completely different subject, shall we? Also, was Trump joking? Because I've seen a lot of people trying to play defense here that Donald Trump he's just a jokester. He's just telling jokes. It's just jokes. These leftists, they don't got any kind of sense of humor. They don't got the humor bone. They're all missing their humorous. Am I right? Well, earlier tonight, Donald Trump did an interview with Laura Ingraham, and let's see how this went, shall we? Because she asks him about his comments a couple times. See what he had to say.
They're also attacking you for other ridiculous reasons. They're saying that you said...
And keep in mind, Laura Ingraham is very sympathetic to Trump and is trying to lob him some softballs.
To a crowd of Christians that they won't have to vote in the future.
Yeah, let me say what did I mean by that. I had a tremendous crowd speaking to Christians. I mean, this was a crowd that liked me a lot. I think I'm at 97% or something. And they're treated very badly by this administration, okay? Catholics are treated unbelievably. They're like persecuted. And if I might say, before I go into the other, Jewish people, if you're Jewish and you vote for Biden or the Democrats or Kamala or whoever's going to run, I guess it's going to be her. But if you voted for her or the Democrats, you should have your head examined, because nobody's ever been treated so badly by this. This administration is destroying Israel, etc.
Man, that's so interesting, because none of that is at all related to the question he was asked.
Etc. So,
Hey,
with
Trognir.
respect to like a statement like I made, that statement is very simple. I said, vote for me. You're not going to have to do it ever again. It's true. Because we have to get the vote out. Christians are not known as a big voting group. They don't vote.
Huh, it's almost like he's doubling down on what he said.
And I'm explaining that to him. You never vote. This time, vote.
Yes, he's been pulling the you're not Jewish if you vote for Democrats type of rhetoric for like the last I want to say a few months. Yeah, it's not new, unfortunately. But yeah, if this is your first time hearing that, yeah, that's been a key component of his rhetoric lately.
I'll straighten out the country. You won't have to vote anymore. I won't need your vote. You can go back
So
to
you
not
meant you don't have to vote for you because you have 4 years in office.
Look.
Is that
Christians are known. You know who else?
You know, it's pretty. She's like trying so desperate. Here's a life preserver. You missed that one. Here's another one. He's just like batting them away as he continues to drown here. Like it's wild. And it's because he's a fascist. It's because he does not want to give up power, and he doesn't like democracy. Things he's been very open about.
Doesn't vote. Gun owners don't vote.
But
They don't
just to
vote.
be clear, what you're saying, though, you're not saying it's being interpreted as you are not surprised to hear by the left as well. They're never going to have another election. He's saying there's not. So
First time I've even heard.
Can
No,
you
no.
even just respond to that?
I said Christians. I started off by saying, just so you understand, you never vote. Christians do not vote well. They vote in very small percentages. Why? I don't know. Maybe they're disappointed in things that are happening, but for a long time, I say, you don't vote. I'm saying, go out. You must vote. November 5th is going to be the most important election in the history of our country. Whether you vote early or not, we should have, by the way, one-day voting. We should have voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. And we should have paper ballots, okay? That's what we should have, but we don't have that. But I said to the Christians in the room, thousands of them, I said, typically Christians do not vote. Why it is, I don't know. You're rebellious. Something's going on. Don't worry about the future. You have to vote on November 5th. After that, you don't have to worry about voting anymore. I don't care, because we're going to fix the country will be fixed, and we won't even need your vote anymore, because frankly, we will have such love. If you don't want to vote anymore, that's okay. And I think everybody understood it. I didn't know there was any.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's.
Yeah, you just need to vote me into power, and then you'll never need to turn out to vote again, because everyone will love me. Yeah, they're just all gonna suddenly love you. Mm-hmm. Like, dude's sitting there telling you he's going to be a fascist. And I think he's too dumb to really understand it. But that's the position he has. He wants to do away with democracy. And like, she asked him point blank like 3 times in this interview, but you're not actually getting rid of democracy, right? And he just pointedly refuses to answer the question. He arrived at fascism from first principles. Yeah, exactly. The Gish Gallop. Yeah. Wild stuff. They can't stand being called weird, folks. They just can't do it. All right. We did it. We officially finished two of my planned segments. All right. It's honestly amazing how effective this tactic is. It really is. You know, we apparently we just need to bully conservatives. But we just need to bully conservative politicians with memes. We did it. You guys did it. Good job, everybody. It's weird how ending democracy is the one thing Trump can't lie on, right? It's bizarre. Good segments? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there a good channel in the Discord to ask for writing advice? I don't think we have I mean, maybe the arts section? I would go to the arts section. There's like a arts and crafts section. I don't think we have a dedicated writing channel. We should probably have that. I need to do a reorganization of the Discord. Yeah, we've got a poetry section. Look, maybe we should add another one that isn't poetry based. Whew. I'm a writer and would love one. Yeah, all right. Everyone gets a woman. Everyone gets a Discord channel. All right. We need a space for the word nerds. Maybe we should just consolidate poetry into the word nerd, the word nord corner. I don't know. We'll see. It is so hot in this basement. Holy shit. I'm sorry. Like I got like my boobs out. It's just it's toasty down here. Writer's room on Discord? Excellent. Is word nord a thing? No. Never apologize for booba. I'm mostly apologizing to me. It's very uncomfortable. All right. So, folks, just as a heads up, we're going into like some potentially uncomfortable binders full of channels. We're going to, folks, as a heads up, we're going into some potentially uncomfortable territory tonight. There's we just have to address some community drama, okay? And specifically, there's a lot of stuff coming out tonight regarding Xanderhal, and we gotta talk about it. Because there have just been a lot of stuff coming out tonight. And I wasn't really going to say anything about it because it seemed like it was kind of contained to like a bridge burning here or bridge burning there, and that's none of my business. Like how he runs his channel, not my issue. But it seems like it's kind of boiling over into something new in a bad way. Is it not containing? No, unfortunately not. So for those of you who need a little bit of background, Xanderhal, he's another lefty content creator. He's well known in this space. He's on the verge, I think, of like 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Like, he's not the smallest among us, like, and he seems like he's been picking fights with a number of other content creators over like Biden being in the race, and like I'm not really up on like his points, but like to the point where he's like burning bridges with people. And one of the people he decided to burn bridges with was Demon Mama. And Demon Mama was like a IRL friend to Xanderhal, is my understanding. So I don't know like all of the details about this, but I do know that apparently like a line was crossed or something, because like tonight Demon Mama like posted like chat logs, and it makes him look really, really bad. So didn't Demon Mama literally drive him to Washington? Yeah, like they've shot guns together, like they've hung out. So I don't really know what the full story is, and I figure we're gonna find out together, okay? Like what the hell happened? I'm gonna try and piece it together, because I don't know, frankly. So let's find out.
Even more than the Biden people did, which I'll be honest, in this particular instance, I didn't quite expect that to be the case. Given how hardcore people were stumping for Biden right before Biden stepped down, I really didn't expect the conservatives to be able to lap them like day of. But
oh damn, Avalon of Babylon, I didn't know that. You know, you don't have to elaborate on that, obviously, but I would be curious.
But all that said, there's still been some Biden nonsense that has been, you know...
Yeah, my understanding, John Bainbridge, is that he's very Biden or bust to a weird degree. Like, I barely watch other people's content, so I don't know to what extent that is true. I'm basically going into this with a very limited set of information. Watch Demon Mama's newest VOD. Her newest VOD's like 9 hours long. I can't watch an entire VOD like that. Unless you, Tiger, if you get me timestamps in that VOD, I'd be happy to watch that. But I don't got time. I don't got time for a 9-hour VOD.
It's just a little stuck in my craw.
You're watching the first of 3 segments? This is a 3-hour-long thing? No, the one from today? What? This was from 2 days ago. People are telling me to watch the newest one? That's still a 3-hour-long stream, guys! If you're gonna give something like this to me, you gotta give me timestamps. Like I have a high tolerance for covering stuff on my stream. You guys know that. We've gone over like 6-hour-long streams here, but like for very specific purposes. I can't do this. Triple speed. The first one is Zan's drama with Vosh. The stuff Demon Mama is talking about is in the most recent stream. Yeah, but I was gonna go over the tweets. I was gonna go over Demon Mama's tweets. I feel like that'd be a shorter. I feel like that'd be a shorter path to the story here, right? Did someone add timestamps to the video? If so, yeah, I'll do that. Oh my god. God bless the editor on the Demon Mama channel. Alright. Oh, excellent. A brief recap. Let's go.
My lovely, lovely imps. If you were here...
Good looking out, Velvet.
Watching this right now, chances are you have already seen my previous video on the evolving nightmare situation with Xanderhal, another
I have not, but I'm hoping you'll recap it for me.
Content creator on this strange and weird website. If you're watching this live, you may have been here last night. If you have not seen any of this, you should go watch the video. The video will be up on my channel and is currently up as a live stream VOD with beautiful timestamps that I recommend you go watch it, because I talked about a lot of different things. Today, however, we have to talk about a little bit more. You see, for the last 7 months or so, actually almost 8 months now, me and many other people have been more or less...
Unfortunately, I'm involved in this somehow. Yeah, I saw your name dropped in some of the chat logs. Sorry about that.
Satisfied to go our own path. Back in December, behind closed doors, in private, a bunch of horrible shit went down between me, Xanderhal, Xanderhal's editor, and a couple of our other mutual friends, and also the proprietor and leader of the platform on which we all stream, White Nervosa.
Okay, for the record, I don't know shit about any of this. So again, I'm wandering into this blind. I don't have a dog in this race. All I've seen are screenshots of chat logs that are pretty fucking bad. I don't know anything about this stuff.
And what went down was one of the most unhinged, selfish, and childish mental breakdowns that I have ever witnessed from Xanderhal. And all of us who are very close friends with him. And when I say very close friends, I'm going to summarize for those of you who haven't seen my previous discussion on this. I personally flew down to California, and myself, because Xan doesn't drive, I drove Xanderhal all the way up the West Coast to his new home, helped him move out, helped him move in. I have helped taking care of Xan while he is sick. I have spoken to him when he is feeling down. I have talked him down out of panic situations. I have gone and done wellness checks on him. I have taken him down.
You know, like, again, this is partly why I don't, like, get super close with other content creators. You know, like, there are a select number of people that I allow into or to know details about, you know, my personal life that I don't talk about on stream. And I talk about a lot of my life on stream, by the way. But there's a reason why I don't allow a lot of people to get that close. And it's because, like, I don't ever want to be in a situation like this on either side of this. You know, I've talked about this on stream before. Like, a very formative early experience in my streaming career was, you know, I got close with a streamer called Ruel.James. And, you know, several months later, like, he was, you know, there were about 17 allegations of, like, sexual assault and misconduct that came out from the music scene he was in. And like, I was just like, oh, okay. I thought he was a cool dude. I did streams with him. Like, I had him on stream a lot. And now I'm just like, it's... And not that I think anything ill about, like, other content creators or anything, but it's like, it's a vulnerability that kind of scares me. Yeah, Chaotic Kitten, you know, you were there. And, like, if I'm gonna allow someone into my life, I need them to be like ride or die. I need them to be, like, dependable and not like someone who's gonna, like, stab me in the back or, like, try and fuck with my life. You know? And this kind of stuff makes me real nervous. And yeah, that doesn't mean I'm rude to any content creators. It just means like I try and maintain like a professional distance, or like, you know, like a friendship that isn't mired in weirdness, you know, like you know, one of the things we did when we were at the PV canvassing event, like we went out and ate together. We went out and like we hung out and like had a few drinks like after the day was over and just kind of recapped and talked about life and stuff. And like that was good, but we made sure to do it as like a group, so like no one was in like weird one-on-one awkward situations, you know? And like I hold myself to a pretty, I think a pretty high standard of like behavior. And, you know, I might be weird, but that's just the autism. It's, you know, it's just that's just how it is. But yeah, this kind of stuff scares the shit out of me.
To dinner, I have gone and done things. We are real world actual friends. Were. And in December, he not only torched his relationship with me, he torched his relationship with Cherry, his editor, who was the lifeblood of his channel. And I need you to understand just how much of the lifeblood Cherry was. Cherry produced all of his episodes and outlines. Cherry edited all of his videos. Cherry took care of his finances to a great degree. Almost all of his financial paperwork was handled by Cherry in some way or another. His thumbnails were created by Cherry. His channel management was done by Cherry. What Xanderhal does is get on his TV, on his desk, and turn on the camera. That's what he does. Okay?
Honestly, no judgment for doing that, by the way. Like, I wish I had someone that handled all that shit for me. That'd be great. My goal is to get to a size where like I can hire someone to do all that shit, because I'm not good at it, you know?
And Xanderhal, as I detailed last night,
yeah, good editors are absolutely priceless.
Berated, abused, insulted.
It's everyone, man. Everyone in this space has serious problems. This industry makes everyone worse and encourages extremely toxic behavior. It's the chatters too. Each one of us is part of the traffic jam, which is one of the reasons I really try hard to keep this community like coherent with some kind of guiding ethos of kindness and understanding towards one another. Like I think the ability to throw our arms around each other's shoulders and be like, you know, there for each other, I think that's really important. Lisa, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome. We're talking about leftist political drama, so welcome. I'm sure that's extremely interesting to folks who we're watching a comedian play Elden Ring. Welcome, raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a trans lady. I'm a socialist. I make jokes. I talk about politics. You know. Hope you all had a great stream with Lisa. So fun. I'm getting ready for bed. I love you. Come to a show in Minneapolis sometime so I can come and actually see. I want to see your comedy. Please. Guys, all of you need to bug Lisa to do a show in Minneapolis, okay? That's your job. That's your new goal, okay? To go and watch her stream and all of her comedy shows and to bug her to come to Minneapolis. One day, we'll get there one day, Lisa. We'll get there one day. And you know what? I started One Piece. It's pretty good. I just finished the Arlong Park arc. It's pretty good. I'm not super far into it yet. I know I've got a long way to go, but Arlong Park was pretty cool. I'm here for it. Okay, I finally understand the meme with the hat on Nami's head. I get it now. Wait until you get to 3 Piece. Yeah, they're all wearing a bunch of suits. Remember when we watched a few episodes on Discord? Yeah, it was fun. Arlong Park is so good. You know who's a good egg, by the way? Alec Gunther. Alec Gunther and I were at the airport for like 6 hours together, and we just sat there and talked about anime, and it was great. We talked about anime and Noam Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent. Unironically, it was great. He's a good dude. All right. Let's get back to this. I again, coming into this as an outsider, I don't know what's going on here.
And took money from his own best friend.
Good night, Sir
and the lifeblood of his channel for somewhere in the ballpark of 3 years. Cherry had carried his channel. But it wasn't just that. It wasn't just Cherry. It was a bunch of other people that he freaked out on as well. He freaked out on White Nervosa. He freaked out on me. This is a very quick and short summary of the stuff that went down, but I highly recommend you go watch my longer stream where I go into all of this
Good night,
detail
Anthony Schuler.
and reply and explain how we got to this point. Because I'm not going to explain how we got to this point now outside of a very broad stroke. Okay? All of this shit went down in December. Okay?
Okay, so to recap, Xanderhal's editor, Cherry, had a falling out with Xanderhal, and that then spilled over into White Nervosa and Demon Mama somehow. Okay, cool. Follow.
When that went down, I talked to him in private, and I told him what I thought, which was that I thought that he was being out of line. I kept it very blunt, but kind. I was not mean to him. And he began to plot to burn me. Now, for a lot of people who aren't familiar with Xanderhal's language, or who might not be familiar with the language of weird drama internet spaces, when somebody says they're going to burn you, it means that they're going to do whatever they can to destroy your reputation and take down your channel. Okay? That's what he wanted to do. At that point, I said, I'm done. I am not going to associate with this person. I don't trust this person anymore. It's a real shame.
Yeah, burn you like a spy. Like, there's a weird amount of lingo in, like, the streaming community on the left where people are like, you know, assemble the nuke. And the nuke is just, like, a bunch of damaging information or private information that makes someone look bad. Or, like, being burned is, like, the, you know, being eliminated from the record. Yeah, it's weird. I don't get it.
My dog is barking downstairs. You could probably hear that. But anyway.
Hey, Lady Domina, how you doing?
Yeah, Yodi's barking downstairs. Sorry about the barking. That actually cheers me up a little bit. Where was I? Sorry, dog distraction. She must be having a good time down there. Or maybe she's as agitated as I am. I don't know. Yeah, so at that point, I said that I don't trust this person anymore, which was a real shame, because Xan was somebody that I treated as a friend, that I had traveled. You can actually go on my Shorts channel right now and you can watch us vlog our trip together. Okay? It was really disappointing, and it was hurtful. I felt like I had been discarded as a friend because I disagreed with him. And I'm going to show you the full extent. Okay? But first, we have to do just a little bit of explanation.
That's fair,
okay?
Velvet.
We have to explain why I'm doing this.
And frankly, I'm not like looking to like dig for more information here. I just want to understand what's going on, and I feel like that's similar to where a lot of folks are right now on this. So I think we're kind of all figuring this out together.
Stream today, like specifically. And that's because after my stream last night, Xanderhal decided to go live today. Now, I want to remind you all that at the end, or for if you haven't seen it for the first time, at the end of my stream last night, I addressed Xanderhal as personally as I could. And I reminded him that all of us remember what he did and that he knows what he did. There is no way that he can deny what went down in December. But today he tried to do that. And I think the reason for that is because I believe he's come to think that he is invincible. I believe that he's come to think that he lives in a world that is without repercussion, that he lives in a world where he can say and do whatever he wants about anyone, even people who have been loyal to him, even people who have been true friends to him. I think that he thinks that he's created himself a little bubble where he's surrounded by little minions. And I think he's wrong about that. But ultimately, it's kind of going to be up to his community to decide whether or not he's wrong about that. Because if his community is willing to see the truth and look the other way, then I guess he's right. I guess he does have a little bubble of people who will listen to whatever he says, no matter how false it is. So let's watch him do it. Let's talk about it. Let's watch some of the clips from his stream today. Shall we?
Honestly, probably a good idea because Xan kind of pulls PV into the drama just a little bit. Does he really? I wish people would stop doing that. PV really needs to be a non-partisan in the sense of like in lefty circles. We just please stop fucking with like the only effective mechanism we've built so far to like engage with mainstream politics. I would like it if people stopped doing that. Like, I please stop weaponizing it.
Let's get right into it. Here we go. This is the first clip from his stream today. This is a 2-minute and 40-second clip.
Like, frankly, the kind of people who would do that, I don't think should be involved in PV, but that's just me.
So, don't you dare claim that anyone's being clipped out of context. We got a 3-minute chunky clip here. Let's have a listen in Xan's own words to what he has to say.
According to Demon Mommy, you completely blew up at Cherry. That's a really bad look, not gonna lie. Sometimes me and Cherry got stressed out and would yell, but like, no more than just general like friend arguments and stuff. We also had a tendency to spam things at each other in all caps. The Walter White meme. Walter White in the car. Have you tried reaching out to Cherry, not on stream, to talk with? I like, she blocked me out of nowhere. Like, the Cherry blocking me thing was for no reason, to be clear. Like, we were completely chill.
It's for no reason. Keep all of this in mind, okay? I'm gonna
And Velvet, I agree with you there. You know, like, Brianna Wu did a number on PV's reputation.
Play the beginning just so this is in your mind. I need you all to remember exactly what he said. We're gonna just replay this and then we'll continue the rest of the clip. Let's listen to that beginning part one more time.
According to Demon Mommy, you completely blew up at Cherry. That's a really bad look, not gonna lie. Sometimes me and Cherry got stressed out and would yell, but like, no more than just general like friend arguments and stuff. We also had a tendency to spam things at each other in all caps. The Walter White meme. Walter White in the car. Have you tried reaching out to Cherry, not on stream, to talk with? I like, she blocked me out of nowhere. Like, the Cherry blocking me thing was for no reason, to be clear. Like, we were completely chill.
As someone that was a VIP in Xan's stream and was open to him and was going to be playing games with them, I'm incredibly disappointed. Yeah. It sucks.
And then out of nowhere, they just like say, I'm gonna block you before you block me, because at that very moment Demon Mama was doing her stream. Like it's
That's a lie also, by the way. Small lie, but still a lie. I was not doing my stream at that moment. In fact, I know when Cherry blocked Xan, and it was after Xan blocked me, which I had just DM'd him, which was like a full day or more after my stream. He's just an idiot.
It's
and a
not
liar.
worth like giving attention to, because any like disagreements that Cherry had with me, they were fine with until Demon Mama called me out.
Wrong! You... Remember how I said? No. Let's continue. Let's continue.
And on top of that, like any unfinished like agreements or business stuff was already in the works of being dealt with and hashed out.
No, it was not, and I will prove it.
Cherry's just blocked me and, like, cut me off, so how am I supposed to do that? So, unfortunate. You already got clipped and is on Twitter using your non-response as a response.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really. I'm in my secondary studio right now. I am also recording in a basement, and there's like a lingerie mannequin like 1 foot farther that way. Okay, like I can't. You guys understand that from where I'm at right now, I can't really attack him for anything that's on in the background of his set. Okay, like I you guys can see all that. The one thing I got is like this little old woman crying with a little peepo friend. Okay, like that's all I got. I can't. You know, I'm taking up a tiny corner of this lingerie workshop of a basement. So, but I will be working on building a studio very soon. So please consider dropping those sweet subs, donos, super chats, etc., because those will help me to do that. Hey. Your basement is much nicer. Thank you.
Of course, like, the fact that you guys in real time can witness me getting clipped dishonestly is all you need to see to know how they're playing this.
So real quick, do you think this is a dishonest clip? Does anybody watching think this is a dishonest clip? We started at the beginning of him talking about it, and he has now finished his statement and is moving on to another statement. You think this is a dishonest clip? Because I don't know how you could make an honest clip if this is a dishonest clip. But he loves to call everything a dishonest clip. It reminds me of serial liars. Now, he issued a lot of lies in this statement. And one of the ones that feels both like a deep lie and incredible stupidity is the idea that the people who were mad at him were okay with it. No one was okay with it. We all told him in December how out of line he was, excessively. We went above and beyond. Last night, we read White Nervosa's public thread at the time, stating clearly just how not okay with it everybody was. See, what he's confusing with everybody being okay with it is people saying, that's it, we're done with Xan, and walking their own way. And he couldn't let it alone. He's been taking pot shots at all of us. He had a...
Yeah. Oh, Boxing Cat SWL. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're gonna let sleeping dogs lie, you know, don't take pot shots at them. They're gonna wake up.
Had it good. He doesn't even recognize that people took the high road and said, you know what, Xan? You were a fucking asshole. You were a fucking freak, but we want to move on with our lives. He couldn't take that. And now you understand why we're here. But let's continue, shall we?
Right? Like, just, it's not worth paying attention to. It's a very small bubble of people that are mostly relevant in a small...
Pay no mind to the abuse that I did to others and that I am now lying about. It's not worth paying attention to. Just keep giving me money for my stream so I can stream lazily from a mold-infested basement.
What? Bubble of Twitter, which is itself a shrinking bubble as well, that are very, very mad.
What is the that Xan did that was so bad? Keep in mind, I've never heard of either of these people until a few minutes ago. He had a falling out with his editor, apparently treated them very badly. Does Cherry use they, them pronouns? I forget. I have terrible memory for this kind of shit. Is Cherry they, them, she, they? Awesome. I should know better. Like, I've interacted with Cherry before, but not for like 6 months, maybe 8 months. That's my bad.
That I have the capacity to be the better person and just move on from petty bullshit like...
Just you wait. We got 30 seconds left, and I'm gonna hit you with it.
I don't think I've seen Demon Mama this angry in a long time. Like, I don't watch a ton of Demon Mama content. Sorry, Demon Mama. But like, I don't think I've seen Demon Mama this mad. I mean, it makes sense that she would be. Like, I'm sure this all hits very close to home.
This. People who want you to get, like, have you ever been in a situation like this, chat? Just, like, not even referring to, like, drama online or anything, but have you ever been in a situation where you just decided early on in, like, a disagreement with somebody that you were going to be above it? Like, you're gonna be above... You're gonna take the high road, and you...
Taking the high road is taking pot shots at the people who said that they wanted nothing to do with you and haven't shot at you at all. I haven't taken shots at Zan. Vosh hasn't taken shots at Zan. Cherry hasn't even taken shots at Zan. But you know who has taken shots at all those people? Fucking Zan.
Taking the high road upsets the other person, and they desperately try to get you to take the low road and get down to their level. Yep. Yeah, I've seen that. Yep. Yeah. That is what's happening right now, and I am refusing to do it. I am refusing to take the bait.
The bait being confronting the truth of what you did while you lie excessively on your channel. Do you see why I am so fucking angry? Real quick, I just want to drive the point home. We're going to listen one more time real quick to this, okay? One more time at the beginning of this, and then I'm going to show you something.
According to Demon Mommy, you completely blew up at Cherry. That's a really bad look, not gonna lie. Sometimes me and Cherry got stressed out and would yell, but, like, no more than just general, like, friend.
But here's the thing. Like, it's good to be friends with your coworkers. You know? Like, it's good to be friends with your coworkers. It's not good to be friends with your coworkers to the extent that you disregard treating them poorly. Like, if you're yelling at your employee, essentially, like, that's bad, actually. That's not okay.
And arguments and stuff. We also had a tendency to spam.
Okay. Me and Cherry would get angry and spam jokes at each other, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Let's take a look. Okay?
Yeah, like, I don't know about you guys, but I don't scream at my friends.
Because it's time to get some receipts on board here. This is from November, okay? The beginning of this saga.
Yes, true. There is a distinction between coworker and employee. Yes. I was not being careful with my language.
All right? This is a message from Xanderhal to his own editor, Cherry. And I will be able to provide at the end of this a video of this recording, so there is no denying that these exist. I'm going to read these out, but just know that for the near future, these are Zan's words, okay? Xanderhal says on November 27th, 2023 at 7:21 p.m., okay, so I think that I'm fucked. Still no money, and it does not show as pending in my bank account. The number was wrong, confirmed. The 4K went to some rando. It has to be stopped. Cherry, ASAP, emergency, fuck, homeless. I am now homeless, Cherry. Cherry, why? Answer now. Please, I'm gonna be homeless. Cherry.
Jesus Christ.
Cherry, V. I have never been paid by PV before, according to all my bank info. Not ever before. Cherry, answer now. I will be homeless starting tomorrow. Cherry. Okay, we're buying my ticket back to California now.
So one of the things about this that I don't get is, why is this Cherry's issue? Like, why would why is Cherry handling his finances? Yeah, like, Guys, if you have an editor, usually like they're a contract worker. Contract workers shouldn't be handling your finances. Just in general. Ay, ay, ay.
Thank you for completely ghosting me tonight. I'll never forget it. Never. The only way for me to save me is for PV to pay me everything they owe me. I have never received a single payment, not one. I am fucked. I am fucked. Cherry, answer now. Cherry, you have fucking killed me. Why? Please just answer. Please, please, please answer now. I have messaged Brianna myself. When you are back online, we need to have a conversation about your future employment. If I am saved, it will be no thanks to you.
Yeah, all of these messages seem like they're being sent in like the span of like 2 or 3 hours.
I am fucked. It is your fault for not making sure they paid me. You swapped the fucking numbers and they weren't able to pay me because of that. Here's the email that shows that there was a slight typo. By the way, just for context, that issue was resolved very, very shortly. But let's continue. Not the 4K is on its way.
Wait, it wasn't 2 hours, it was 40 minutes? All of that was less than an hour? Yeah, no, for the record, probably Brianna Wu.
Some fucking guy now. I am waiting.
Wait.
Not the 4K is on its way to some fucking guy now. I am waiting. I want you to know, this is all of these occurred within approximately 40 minutes. Okay.
Again, I only like briefly skimmed some of this, so I did see these in like the Demon Mama thread, but like I did not read them in detail. So he thought he lost $4,000. Yeah, he did, and that is a lot of money, but also like there are ways to fix this. This is not an immediate like, oh no, like, you can fix this. This happens sometimes. Socrates, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome. We're going over some drama today. Yeah, you can like get the money back. It's not like it's unreachable. It will it be maybe a pain in the ass? Sometimes, sure, but like you'll get that money.
Okay, this is now 8:09. I want you to know that if I have to fly to California tomorrow, I cannot bring my PC. I will not be able to afford your pay. Your job will not exist anymore tomorrow because you wouldn't message me back. This is still salvageable, but time is now slipping away, and if you're asleep and see this in the morning, it's already too late. I am now in hot water with Brianna because I look bad for having you handle this shit while I was busy. You were the one who got me to join PV. I told you I would be too busy to handle this stuff, and you said you would. I have now paid another $250 so my mom could reschedule her flight and extend her rental car for the week. My lease still ends in 25 hours, but I won't be stranded here without her when I get kicked out. I could have locked...
If your lease ends in 25 hours, how... This seems like things have already, like, several different things have already gone wrong if you're in that position.
Could have locked in this house hours ago if you were fucking awake to send me the W-9 and pay agreement from PV to verify.
Also, this is at like 11:30 at night. Good God.
By my income, you fucking fuck. I would have had the place and been moved in by now, you motherfucker.
This was during his move to Washington. The lease is the lease from his previous state, California. Gotcha.
The only person holding this whole process back, you fuck. If I end up being made homeless tomorrow because the place gets nabbed up by tomorrow and I'm stuck living with my abusive mom again and my fans ask why I'm back where I started, I will make sure that they know that it is because of you.
I like that Cherry calls for approximately 1 minute. Like the fact that the call lasted a minute indicates a whole lot. The only reason a call lasts that long is because somebody's fucking off the rails. This sounds unhinged. Yeah, it does.
Now that is one, okay? That is one of many blow-ups that Xanderhal had starting in November and proceeding into December, okay? Him screaming and blaming everything on Cherry, things that were often immediately resolved, him flipping out. Now there's another little piece of context that I can provide here that won't be reflected in these DMs, which is the fact that the reason why Cherry didn't pick up in the course of 30 minutes is because Cherry was sleeping after having just pulled an all-nighter for Xanderhal, editing his videos because Xanderhal was previously freaking out and saying that the channel was going to die because he was having trouble recording content because of a bunch of bullshit that happened with his move, which was...
Also, guys, like, I do pretty okay as far as, like, being a streamer goes, because you guys support me, and that means the world to me. But, like, I post infrequently on my YouTube channel, and that's a thing I am looking to fix, right? But, like, I wouldn't say my channel's dead or dying because of that. I like, have something going up every day, usually a stream these days, but, like, he'd be okay. There's no reason to force someone to do an all-nighter on this stuff.
was his fault.
How much did he pay her? She's doing a shit ton of work for him. That's just about her $4,000. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. It's part of the problem. I have no idea what editors and, like, channel managers cost. It's a problem. That was abuse. That was straight up abuse. I mean, yeah, it kind of seems like that, right? Like, I don't know how you would defend this type of behavior, really.
Xerox 13ster says, Jesus Christ, I came for a nuke and Demon Mama dropped the fucking Tsar Bomba. We haven't even gotten started yet. Can you believe it? Because we haven't even started yet.
The answer to how much Xan paid Cherry is that he fucking didn't. What? I charge $0 an hour, but that's because I'm not a good businessman. Fair. He was paying her roughly $1,500 a month. That's practically minimum wage. Yeah. Wait, spoilers? Like, he actually didn't pay her? The VOD will get to that. True. We are getting spoilers.
Now, I'm going to show you a video, okay? Real quick. Just real quick, I want you to know that these DMs are real. So I'm going to show you a screen recording that was taken of these DMs. Just so we can have the proof here. The facts, the incontrovertible facts of the situation. Let me just bring this up real quick, and we can watch it together. Ready? Here we go.
This is disappointing.
Hey, look, there's him freaking out, swearing, screaming, insulting, degrading, threatening Cherry. Look at that.
Oh,
look, we even censored out the private information of others. Look at that. Here's all the calls that they had in the following days, repeated calls.
Wait, just call lasted for a minute, call lasted for a few seconds. Call lasted a minute. Call lasted a few seconds. Dude. What the hell? Wait, Foxbat, don't choke to death. Yeah, like if you're calling and someone's like immediately hanging up on you, this is incredibly bad vibes, to say the least, and I would say it qualifies as an abusive workplace.
Here's all the calls that they had in the following days, repeated calls, Cherry trying to call and make sure. Now keep in mind, I need you to be aware of one thing, which is that Xanderhal was not in extreme financial danger, and Xanderhal was berating his employee.
You just went to Zan's website and things are burning there? What is Avalon of Babylon? What does that mean?
Who he repeatedly had issues paying. Xanderhal has a channel, a Patreon, a bunch of different pieces of income that brings him money, which Cherry does not have. Despite the fact that Cherry, as a friend and as a very hard worker, because keep in mind, Cherry wasn't just an employee. Cherry was a friend who became an employee. They were working on this together. And when I say became an employee, I mean an employee that did everything for Xan, okay? The channel would not have existed if it wasn't for Cherry.
What is he doing? What are you doing, bro?
Now I want you to tell me real quick. I want you all, before we move on to the next...
Wait, you haven't seen It's on the Riverboat stream before? Yeah, we got some It's. We gotta have pronouns for our fought nights, for our gay feshes.
Stuff, because there's a lot more, okay? I want you to tell me if you think what Xan said here is the truth, or if it's a damn dirty lie. Tell me.
According to Demon Mommy, you completely blew up at Cherry. That's a really bad look, not gonna lie. Sometimes me and Cherry got stressed out and would yell, but like, no more than just general like friend arguments and stuff.
Have you ever had a friend talk to you like...
Oh yeah, GamerG, thank you. That's actually a really good reminder. And one we'll have to reiterate, I think, throughout this this stream. Guys, don't go brigading into other people's chats. Don't go like on a crusade to like belittle or bludgeon anyone. Don't do that. Like if I catch any of you doing that shit, I'm gonna have to ban you. You guys know that. So don't do it. And it would make me personally sad to see one of you guys like throw this community away. So don't do it. I cannot emphasize how much you should not do that. Yes. Yeah. Do not do that. Why would I do that? I don't know why anyone would do that, but people do, so don't do it. The last thing I want is the kind of community Destiny has. I don't want people going out and harassing folks. Even if we think that, like, if we think they're bad people, don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay? It's not that hard to not do it. Yeah, go enjoy time with your friends. Feel the sun on your faces. Like, smell a flower. Go do something else.
Like that? Ever? Let alone a boss? Is that what a friend argument looks like?
Read One Piece. Exactly. Drink some water.
Now,
that's an excellent piece of
Here is a
advice.
little... I got another one that's relevant to this, okay? So in just a few days later, actually I should say just 2 weeks later, approximately, on December 17th of 2023, approximately 2 weeks after this berating, exploding event happened, here is a conflict between Cherry and Xan. Cherry says, "You probably won't even pay me this month." Xanderhal responds, "Why do you think I won't pay you?" Xan says, "Tell me why you think I can't and how it makes me bad." Notice the manipulative language already being used there. Cherry says, "You didn't last month." Xan says, "Why? Say it. Why couldn't I pay you? And how does that reason make me an asshole? I'm gonna get evicted at the end of this month at this rate, Cherry. We have not made enough money. I cannot change that."
Okay. One of the reasons I have not hired an editor is because I know I cannot afford an editor. I do not have the money to pay someone enough money to like reliably be able to like have content churning out, you know? The people who have helped me in the past have done it like pro bono, as a favor, or in exchange for remarkably minimal compensation. And that is why I will always love Entrama and have his back, why I will always love Nindrine and have her back. Like, people have helped out, and it means the world to me, okay? And I just... if you can't afford to pay an editor, don't hire an editor. If it's a choice between keeping your home and like, or having an editor, keep your home. You prioritize what you need. You know? Like, does it suck to have to edit all of your own content on top of like doing like 8 hour, the long streams? Yeah, it does. But you know what? Like, you gotta do what you gotta do. This is a hard business. Like, if you can't afford it yet, work your way up to that point. Set a budget goal. I have a budget goal for when I could maybe hire an editor, because I want to be able to compensate someone for their work. And like, can you maybe get away with like paying like an editor a bit less and like cut them in on like a percentage of like the revenue from advertisements? Absolutely. But like, you gotta be able to like do that and keep up your end of the deal. Was this the guy that used to be a fascist that Vosh pulled over? I don't know. Wait, someone else in chat will absolutely know. Did this guy used to be like a conservative and then he got pulled over? Was that Hunter Avallone? Wait, other people are saying yes. He wasn't fash though, he was just a conservative. Wait, was he also like on, did he also go on like the Majority Report at one point? No, we're not talking about Hunter Avallone. I know who that guy is. Yeah, was he the guy who did the video? Was Xanderhal the guy who was like, how I escaped the alt-right pipeline? Was he that guy? No, I'm thinking of a different guy? Okay. Wait, Marco Dasun is saying yay. He did a video like that? That was him? Or he just had a similar video, but it wasn't him? That was his breakout video? Okay. Oh my god, I'm getting so many conflicting pieces of information right now. I'm just gonna go with he's a guy. Yeah. Alright, cool.
This was him 2 weeks later, after cooling down. Okay, after.
Wait, here's the video. All right. Is this the?
All right, hello everyone. It's Pig.
Oh no, this is the video I was thinking of.
Views very heavily, and then of course how I got out of it. However, I have to admit, more resemble watching the news, and the boomers on there said something about it being a misogynistic neckbeard brigade to get women out of the game.
Or is it just set up similarly? I don't know. Oh well. Thank you very much for the citation, Fortnite.
After he got his money resolved, okay? 2 weeks later. And he's still...
Yeah, chat. I need to take chat with a huge grain of salt every time I ask a question.
Trying to blame Cherry for it and hold it over Cherry's head. For his channel, his income.
No, Mr. Malachite, I started out on the right. You know, I grew up as an evangelical Christian conservative. Like, I'm... This community understands people can go from being conservative to having good political ideas. But also keep in mind, guys, having good political ideas doesn't necessarily mean you are a good person or that you know a lot of stuff. You can be like a bad person who's also not super knowledgeable and still have correct political ideas. Worth noting, especially in left-leaning spaces, because a lot of us lefty folks tend to think that just having correct opinions is sufficient.
This is his money that he made Cherry take care of. And he says, oh, it's your fault because you did it wrong.
Yeah, again, he's the one employing a contractor or hiring a contractor. You should be handling the money, man.
If he didn't have the money to pay Cherry, then he should have said, we're pausing content for now, or I'll edit myself. Or
Bingo.
He could have done something that a real human would do, which is that they would say, listen, we're hitting some financial high ground. Do you mind if I pay you in the future? I'm extremely sorry. Okay? Now you'll notice there's nowhere here is there an apology for him actually not paying the person who is doing literally everything for his channel. Not only is there not an apology, he's saying it's Cherry's fault. Okay?
Which, by the way, I think this is a good argument here to editors getting like a percentage of like the channel proceeds. Like I think if you're editing like a YouTube channel or something, there's a good argument to be made that instead of being paid a flat rate, you should be like paid in some way in line with the success of the channel, you know?
I want to show you something.
Yeah, some degree of profit sharing. Obviously, like, some people get away with flat rates. That's fine if it works for them. But, like, I don't know. I think it's a good incentive for editors to, you know, make the channel bigger.
Else, okay?
My wife profit shares with her voice actor people for her audiobooks. That's great. Awesome. Is that not the norm? Honestly, for Four Frogs and a Beanie, I have no idea what the norm is for editors. You know, I just, that seems correct to me.
This is a progression. This is 3 days after that incident, okay? 3 days later, this is a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of it is... Like, if Xan not getting paid is a really big deal, then surely Cherry not getting paid is also a really big deal, and there seems to be no consideration for that. That's very bizarre. Profit share is more common among people who lack startup capital. Yeah, if you're like a smaller YouTube channel, I think like a profit share makes sense. I don't know. That's me though.
Between Cherry and Xan.
All of this bums me out.
Cherry says, I have been your #1 supporter for 2.5 years. I'm worried that if I don't agree to this, you're going to hurt me. This is where we start the discussion around the so-called nuke. Xanderhal says, I'm not Keffels. Cherry says, you talk about wanting people to die a lot.
This is a really weird conversation. Just throwing this out there, like, pro tip, guys. If your boss starts talking to you a lot about how people need to die, that's a really bad sign. You should probably that's like the biggest red flag you can imagine. You should get out of there. Now, I don't know what the context for that comment is. All I know is that it has to be something that is recurring a lot for Cherry to bring up seemingly apropos of nothing in this conversation. You know?
Xanderhal says, a lot of people need to die, to be fair.
And if that's the response you get, that's your second red flag. There is context coming. Is there? Because, like, this... I feel like this is not dependent on context at this point. Like... Like, if you're constantly talking about how people need to die, that's a big problem. That's a big problem because in this particular context, they're talking not just as friends, they're talking as employer and employee. You know? Your employer is talking to you about how, like, frequently, about how people need to die. Like, more so than... more so than the financial stuff, which is very bad in its own right, and complete disregard for, like, Cherry's end of finances. But this worries me in a different way. Like, I don't want to, like, belittle the other stuff, but, like, this is, this is, like, an escalation in a very different direction.
Cherry says, yeah. Xanderhal says, we're still friends, right? Like, you want to see my dog and stuff.
Oh. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Mr. Malachite. Can I DM you a potential spoiler just in case we need a trigger warning? Yes, absolutely. Especially if you're feeling like enough that there needs to be a DM for a spoiler warning. Yeah. You can shoot me a DM on Discord. But, like... after this, people need to die, and you get Let's Be Friends. I'm not gonna lie, this feels very bad. It feels bad. Feels weird. And, like, maybe it's because I'm autistic and I don't fully get some of the social dynamics at play here, but, like, I don't really think there's, like, a way to explain away some of this stuff. I don't know, like, I don't usually... I'm not talking with people on Discord. Full disclosure, guys, I'm not talking with people on Discord about, like, how people need to die. I don't talk about that with my friends. I don't talk about that with my partner. Like, that's just not something that I talk about. And so interpreting something like this is very bizarre to me. Coercive control, right? That's coercive control. Maybe? Anonymous, thank you for gifting Trash Mousey a sub. I appreciate it. It feels very much like the implication is they aren't friends. They're being added to the previous group that needs to die. It's scary. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm reading it. Like, don't let yourself be alone here. There really isn't a positive alternative narrative here. It's just slightly different flavors of awful. Yeah. I don't DM Jack because she's very busy. Oh, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, my mom texted me today, essentially saying, did you forget you had a mother? And I'm like, no, I just have been really busy. I've been in the hospital all day. Like, no. Also, Lady Raincloud, you're not annoying. You're one of the very few people I respond to on Discord. Hey, Archangel, how you doing? Mousy, gotcha. Thanks, Trash Mousy. You're not insufferable. I like you. This is not normal or healthy behavior. Cool. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Very knifey duck. Are you gonna shoot me the DM, or maybe you could shoot me a DM on Twitter? I also take DMs on Twitter. I feel unloved. I'm sorry, Foxbat. The only person who is guaranteed like contact with me when they message me is my partner. I have to be honest. I don't know how to. It's okay. I am Panic. If you have Twitter, you can message me over on there. Super easy. I'm making sure to look at my message requests, where all of my message requests currently are bots telling me that their sister saw my profile while browsing X. So that's the new bot thing, apparently. I'm more so wondering who he's talking about. I can see people wish death on politicians, especially when you're a political streamer and seeing some of the worst that the world has to give. Or was he talking about people in his actual life? Yeah, I genuinely have no idea. Been friends with Jack for like 3 years now. I still don't have any special things here in chat. I'm sorry. Would be hilarious if Jack didn't have a sister. I don't have a sister. What? What are you guys talking about? We need a trigger warning? I didn't... Wait, you thought I had a sister? No, I have a brother. I can't believe Jack forgot. I don't have a sister, guys. Stop gaslighting me into believing family. Accidentally found Jack's personal website. I have a writing website called penslingers.org. You can find like collections of my old reviews for video games and stuff on there. Message sent? Huh? Haru? Aha! I see you, very knifey duck. Accept the DM. Oh, okay. Alright, that's a good trigger warning. So trigger warning, everybody. Apparently, what's coming up next is death threats that go in detail about how Xanderhal would like to murder someone. So this is your official trigger warning for what is coming up. Which, you know what, given where we've been so far, I guess I have to say this isn't surprising, but a very valid trigger warning. Thank you. For the record, I've never talked about wanting to kill anyone in this space. And I certainly don't have plans to do it, okay? I'm not fucking Batman, and the people around me aren't the Justice League, okay? Like, goodness. Roses are red and cacti is prickly. Holy shit, that escalated quickly. I like it. You're not prepared? Am I not? Well, neither are any of you, except those of you who pre-watched. This has been Lovecraftian levels of creeping dread. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to take a little pause, okay? Before we go to the next bit. Because what I have coming up next...
Man, I was going to play Elden Ring this stream. I just wanted to try and beat the final boss of Elden Ring. And we need to get through this. Because I feel like this is really important to a lot of people. You know, a lot of different communities overlap in these spaces, I know. And, like, I feel like we got to talk about this.
Let me just tell you. Let me just tell you.
Yeah, I hope I'm providing enough commentary here to justify watching this, but, like, I don't think... We're not going to go over this entire Demon Mama video, but, like, I genuinely, there's a level of, like, shock about this for me, personally.
But let's listen to Xan for a minute, because I want to hear how Xan describes things. I want to hear Xan's words for a second. More of his words, but his words right now, when he's in the public and he thinks, you know, and when he doesn't have the truth, you know, around him, when he can just sort of bend things to his will. Let's listen to what Xan had to say today. And by the way, here we go, just so you know, just in case he tries to claim that this is a bad faith clipping, this is a 4.5-minute clip. 4.5 minutes. Let's see if you can tell me where this is a bad faith clip. Okay? Let's see it. Let's listen.
They're doing the same thing that Keffels did. Well, they're not... It's, for one, they're defending Keffels, the people going after me. But on top of that...
Oh, yeah? We're defending Keffels. That's a real weird thing. That's really weird. It almost seems like he's trying to create an alternate reality. It's honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest, it's very Trumpian. These are communists. They hate America. These are Keffels lovers. You don't understand. They love Keffels.
They are doing the thing Keffels did, where they accuse me of being, like, immature, childish, drama-obsessed. All the while...
I got you later, Raincloud.
I'm just doing my own thing, doing my own content, uploading my own videos, ignoring them, and they're screaming, "He's so obsessed with drama! He can't help himself!" It's like... So as long as I just don't get...
Does Demon Mama hate Keffels? I think, like, one of the latest streams... Again, I don't keep up with all this stuff, but, like, I think one of the latest streams, like, there was some stuff that came out about Keffels... I can't remember what it was. I can't remember the substance of it. I think it was, like, about finances. I don't know. Some people talked about that extensively. I don't got time. I gotta talk about politics, man. Like, even this is a lot of time. This is a lot of time out of talking about, like, realpolitik.
He really thought that was a zinger. He really thought that was a killer. Bro, oh, the cringe.
Yeah, it was something GoFundMe.
Involved. I mean, it just kind of proves itself. Sorry to bring up more drama, but someone said on Twitter that you didn't pay Cherry. Yeah, that was the...
Also, I'm pretty sure Keffels, like, announced her retirement from, like, all streaming, so, like... I feel like it's kind of a moot point.
New drama of the day. I'm imagining that as days go by and this continues to not get anywhere because they're just making shit.
Yeah, Keffels streamed last week, but, like, I mean, she's talked on Twitter about retiring in the next year or so. So, you know, maybe that won't happen, but, like, I know that she's, like, talked about, like, closing it all up. Does Keffels do that a lot? Again, I don't pay attention. I'm sorry, guys.
Not getting anywhere, huh? I don't know. Right now, we have about 3 or 4 times your peak.
Again, I gotta be honest. My level of caring, like, is very low. It's her life to do with what she wishes. Like, Godspeed.
Current viewers of your stream watching the truth be exposed right now. And in the coming days, I'm sure that all of the people in this chat are going to spread this far and wide, as they should. We'll see. We'll see. Let's take a gamble on that, Zan. You think this is going to go nowhere?
Up about me, they're just going to continue to make more and more insane claims. But for those that don't know, I really don't want to shit talk Cherry, because, like, I don't even really like talking about Cherry all that much because they're not really a public figure. But when Cherry first started working for me, I was in the midst of a strike on YouTube. It was actually, like, I think my 22nd birthday. Like, I got a strike from YouTube for my 22nd birthday.
I see what he means.
And at the time, I was doing a live-streamed Minecraft event of Tropicraft. And Cherry was in my DMs after that event asking to work for me as an editor.
Oh, damn,
for free,
weird how that works.
so that
Weird how it's always on his birthday. Everything bad always happens on his poor birthday. It's on my birthday. This is the kind of thing that only a true stupid child thinks is compelling. Like,
but Demon Mama, have you considered that he's a little birthday boy? He's just a little birthday boy. You know what? You know what? Call me a sap. I find that compelling. Okay. Would chat? I'm just saying. Would you hit a very mean man who says rude comments to you? Would you punch him in the face? Or would you punch a little birthday boy right in the face? I think you know, if given the option, which of those you would punch in the face, okay? Birthday boys are literally the only people I would hit. A little birthday boy. I would hit a birthday boy? Okay. I want to do it. I'm aching to do it.
just tell me right now, real quick, just give me a show of hands in chat. Do you think it's compelling when someone tries to excuse their rotten behavior by constantly invoking their fucking birthday? Do you think so? Just let me, yes or no. Let me know in chat.
You could have the editor work.
That's true. God gave you two fists for a reason.
For me as like a thing on their resume, because they might want to pursue future deeper like editing work for bigger institutions, bigger whatever, right? And I was like, well, I can't really afford to pay an editor, and I don't like the idea of having an editor, because at the time, you gotta remember, I was with Lonnie and she was pilfering money from my accounts, so I really didn't have money to pay an editor. So I was like, I don't like that idea, but maybe you can ask me some other time when things are a little better, but I'm in the midst of a strike and I'm not in a good place financially. Cherry's like, no, it's fine. You can pay me when you're able to. I was like, okay. And so that's what we did.
That makes Cherry look good, and you look like an
Avalon of
unappreciative
Babylon.
asshole. It's crazy, right? Let's think back. Do we all remember the fuck, you fucking fuck, it's your fault? You're the one who's ruined me. I'll tell everyone that it was you who ruined me. And now Zan's...
I mean, we're gonna get an update on him paying Cherry back, right?
Retelling the beginning as if it makes him look good. Cherry said, look, bro, I believe in your show. I believe in what you have. I'll work until you can pay me, okay? You can pay me in the future. This demonstrates, by the way, that Cherry is abundantly kind, abundantly patient, abundantly generous, and was in it for the love of Zan's show.
We started and for like...
The answer's no? He never paid her? What the hell?
Xerox says Zan's content got 1,000 times better when Cherry was on board. Yeah, because it's Cherry's content, functionally. Cherry planned everything for him. gives him a little file that tells him how to do what he needs to do each day. He fucking slogs himself out.
Wait, he didn't even like organize the streams? Like he didn't like decide the content? I mean, if that's true, that's very damning. Never paid her in that last month of content. His producer and editor. That's crazy. I mean, I feel like no matter what happens on this channel, the one who decides what's going to be the content of the day is going to be me. Like, I feel like that's so much creative control. That's to me, I find that weird.
Out of bed, maybe showers if we're lucky, maybe wipes his ass.
The first 3 months or so, Cherry edited pretty minor, like not a ton of stuff.
Oh, Cherry, we haven't got to that one quite yet, but just for the future note, everybody. Cherry says, I'm not sticking around right now, but I want to clarify. Xan claims he paid for my tooth surgery. I literally yesterday scheduled my appointment to get that surgery done. He's either lying or trying to confuse it for a completely different time when he helped me once with my bills. Good to know. We'll keep that in mind for when he brings it up. Wolfgar says, Xan is currently talking to some YouTuber named RK Live. Who's RK?
Who? Man, like... RK is Xan's friend Ethan. Okay.
Who is this person? Oh, this is Ethan. This is his employee.
Wait, he has a second employee. Wait, second employee or replacement Cherry?
This is his goddamn employee. Who cares? This is Mad Cope. Yeah, who would have thought when Xan goes, Igor, quickly, we're having a crisis. I said on stream a bunch of lies and that this wouldn't go anywhere. Quickly, Igor, let's go. We need to make some propaganda quickly. And then Igor was like, yes, Xanderhal, yes.
If you can go back and look at how free.
I mean, I feel like it's not super fair to attack Ethan. Again, not knowing anything about the situation. Maybe Ethan's also not great, but like, I don't know, like Ethan's getting that paycheck, you know, like.
Banana papaya.
Frequent the uploads were back then, and you can see, okay, so that's how much like Cherry was doing. And then as soon as things started to steady out and the strike went away,
He's not good. Okay, I'll. Everyone's bad.
And income kind of recovered from the suppression YouTube puts on your channel. I just immediately started paying Cherry, and it started at $1,500 a month. Mind you, there were no bills or anything for them to pay. And on top of that, I
What? There were no bills or anything to pay? What? Elaborate? I mean, like... I'm just baffled by this. Like don't get me wrong, $1,500 is a good amount of money for a certain amount of editing, okay? A certain amount of editing, that's a decent amount to pay. Not for doing all of the editing on your channel and getting out content like every day. You know, like...
I didn't just pay for like just salary to Cherry. I also
can someone tell me like what's the average viewership Xanderhal gets on a stream? Just ballpark it for me. If anyone has that off the top of their head.
paid for things.
Yeah, $1,500 is great, like, as a part-time gig. Wait, but when he's streaming, he has a viewership of 1.5K? 200 to 500-ish? Live on site, I've seen over 100. 200 to 500 on YouTube. Over 100 on the website. Like, guys, I'm a small streamer, okay? Like, I'm so much smaller than Xan, like, it's ridiculous. You know, I've got, like, the 10K on Twitch. I've got, like, 5, nearing 6K over on YouTube. I'm small. Okay? But, like, I pull a viewership. Right now, we got, like... Got about we got about 250 people total across all platforms watching right now, which is pretty decent for me. It's a pretty decent pull. But like, I'm not in a position where like I'm on the brink of destitution. Like, you guys support me to an extent where, like, I'm able to, like, you know, pay my rent, eat food, and, like, spend a bit of time with my loved ones occasionally, you know? Like, and that means the world to me, but I guess I'm confused here how someone 10 times my size is struggling to, like, make ends meet in this way. You eat food? In this economy? Maybe they're just really bad with money. But, like, guys, I'm not good with money, is the thing. Like, I'm not good with money. I could be a lot better with money. There has to be something seriously going wrong if, like, if I'm unable to pay rent. You know? Do you have any recommendations for someone who's interested in getting into streaming? Yeah, just do it. That's really it. Like, the thing about streaming, Animalis, is just, like, do it. Whatever equipment you have, even if it's bad, just do it anyway. And then do the thing you like. Talk about the stuff you are passionate about. Like, what brings people in isn't, like, the quality of your production. It's like you and what you care about and what you're passionate about. Because that comes through when you talk about it, you know? Do the thing you like. If you like painting minis, paint some goddamn minis on your stream, okay? If you don't want to talk, you don't want to show your face, don't do that. You don't gotta. You know? Having a consistent schedule also helps a lot. Yeah. Waiting on a new debit card. I'll be back in good standing again soon. Hell yeah, Mr. Anderson, let's go. And also, folks, we've been going for over 5 hours. I hope we're near the end of this. Something tells me we're not quite, but if you've been enjoying the stream or finding anything good in this heap of kind of like drama that we've been doing, like we started today, we had to talk about Ava Tyson, then we talked about some good things, and now we're on this. Like, it's been a doozy of a stream today, but if you guys have gotten anything out of this, please consider hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, hitting the like button, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. This one is a lot. It feels like a lot. This stuff always hits harder when it involves, adjacent communities. Criticism hits harder when it's from, like, people on your political side of the aisle. It is what it is. All this stuff sucks.
When it was like an emergency, kind of out of pocket. Most notably, the thing that comes to mind right away is there was a problem with Cherry's tooth, probably, I think, a molar, that was bothering them pretty.
So this is just not true. He did not pay for this tooth. Cherry just came in to confirm that this is not the case. And in fact, so he's just a liar.
Frequently. I don't know if you guys have ever had.
Is the Ava stuff as bad as I've heard? Yeah, I mean, basically there's a gigantic allegation of sexual coercion and sexual assault. That's pretty believable, and apparently spurred the Mr. Beast HR department into an independent investigation directed by Mr. Beast into whether or not it happened. And it seems like it did happen.
Had like jaw or tooth pain, like an infection or something. It's apparently awful. Very bad. Like, it's apparently miserable.
Hey, by the way, it's really funny how he's trying to flex how nice of a person he is, and yet he seems to totally forget all the times that Cherry fronted money for him.
Can I also just say, like, I don't like when people hide behind doing something nice for someone, Like, it's fine to pull that out sometimes, but, like... Velvet!
I didn't expect any of this to happen tonight. Was just hoping to chill and chat for Elden Ring. Thank you for being my entertainment and my news at such a crazy time.
Well, Velvet, thank you for the $50 dono. That is incredibly, incredibly generous, and you are very welcome. And I think we'll get to Elden Ring. I think we will get to that. But it'll be a little bit later. But thank you so goddamn much. And thank you for being... I know that this is also hard for you, so thanks for being chill while we go over this. Gotta love the donut unlock. But, like, it's... Like, and I feel uncomfortable, like, talking about it, but, like, there have been people who have been in trouble in this community for not being able to, like, pay certain bills or whatever, sometimes by quite a bit. And, like, I've stepped in to try and help. And I can't do that in every single instance. But, like, I would never, step forward and, like, list off all of those people and, like, I blank and blank and blank and blank. Like, my ethos towards that has always been, like, don't give money to people and expect anything in return. Like, if somebody needs help, just let helping them be the reward in and of itself. It's... I don't know. I feel weird when it becomes anything else. Especially in the context of, like, building a community, I mean, we're definitely not going through this entire stream. I'm looking at the timestamps here, and, like, I think we'll go over the rest of this section, and then there's a small section here about downplaying wage theft, and I'm particularly interested in that. And I think that's where I will cut off.
That I fronted money for him, that I drove down and helped him, that fucking Vosh fronted money for him? This guy's had his ass saved 1,000 times, and now he's like, oh yeah, I helped my employee with a bill once. That makes it okay for me to scream and berate them. Cherry's pronouns are she, they, yes.
And so I think I paid for all of the procedure, if I'm not mistaken. And I would love to bring up logs of this, but after just randomly messaging me on my out of nowhere, mind you, me and Cherry have been friendly for months and months. Out of nowhere, when Demon Mama starts her birthday stream on me, Cherry sends me an angry message, says I'm blocking you before you can block me, as if I was gonna block Cherry, and then sends Balth, my friend, a message saying, I understand if you hate me after this, like very cryptically, like I understand if you hate me after this, but I have nothing against you, and then follows it up with, never mind, you're cucked. I saw you lie about Demon Mama by saying she threw Xan under the bus during the Keffels drama. And so I think that's what led to these claims. Mind you, there's definitely a couple months from when Cherry first started working for me that I insisted I owe Cherry for. And Cherry's always been like, no, it's okay, get to it when you want, I'm like, listen, I'm paying you back for that. But that was literally agreed to. Like, there's nothing scandalous here.
I mean, when someone says get to it when you want, they want you to do it as soon as possible, you numbnuts.
I'll still pay Cherry.
It's not a... It's not just an outstanding loan that you just don't have to pay back. Like, what are you talking about? It's for labor, man. You're supposed to be a leftist. You're supposed to be a leftist. You pay for the labor, man. That's like the basic tenet.
Back if they want to like unblock me and be like, hey, can you like send me $200 for something? I don't know. I can chip away.
What do you mean chip away? You owe her wages. That's not a loan, man. It's been 7 months? You're telling me that in 7 months, you've not scraped together the funds to pay your editor? Like, guys, I have executive dysfunction issues, okay? Like, I forget stuff all the time, but when it comes to business arrangements, I don't forget that shit. I take the extra steps. I write it down. I budget stuff out. And again, you guys heard, I'm bad at budgeting in my personal life, but when it comes to professional shit, you dot your I's and you cross your T's. You know who doesn't pay their contractors? Donald fucking Trump. Pay your goddamn employees and pay your contractors. I mean, for fuck's sake, guys, and this is a deep cut, when I was a video game journalist, okay, I didn't have a budget for freelance writers to come and write on the website that I was overseeing, right? But I felt it was a really important thing to cover E3 when it rolled around, which was, it's not around anymore. It was a yearly like video game convention for like the press to like see what was coming out. It was a big deal at the time. But I paid money to fly people out to E3 on my dime. Personal dime, not on the company dime, my personal dime. And I paid them, usually not a lot, but I did pay them to like do work. And it was a big deal. Like, a lot of those people wanted to do it for free. I would pay them. Again, not a lot. I'd buy them dinner. Did the company reimburse you? No, I just felt that like it was a really important thing to do. And frankly, in retrospect, they should have reimbursed me, but like I wanted to do a good job and I felt it was really important for me to be able to cover this, to have additional people to help. I feel old. Yep. E3 is old now. But, like, you pay the folks who help you out. If you have any possible means at your disposal, you pay them for helping you out.
Away at it. They're doing the same.
All right, we're gonna take a moment now. You all heard that, right? Okay, you heard him. This is how he characterizes it all. Now, of course, we know the truth. But that's what he looks. He thinks he's the hero here. He admits he hasn't paid Cherry yet. Yeah, he admits he hasn't paid Cherry yet. Yeah, it's interesting. Right? Fascinating, right? He owes his employee fucking money. And it's not the first time he hasn't paid Cherry money also, because we saw the clips, the evidence of him admitting that he didn't pay in fucking November either. Yeah, it's been 7 months. What do you mean chip away? Notice how he was like, I was happy to just let it be. Of course you were happy to let it be. You owed money to somebody. You fucking abused somebody. Of course you were okay to let it be. We were the ones who took the high road.
Yo, Archangel, thank you for gifting Lady Domin a tier 2 sub. That is very kind of you. Thank you. But yeah, like, honestly, this feels like a... Like, we've watched enough People's Court, guys. This feels like a People's Court. This feels like a Judge Millian. Yeah, of course you were happy to not to let it lie. You didn't have to pay her thousands of dollars.
You fuck.
Yeah, I can understand why Demon Mama would be angry. Like, to pretend you have the high ground when you are committing, you know, an alleged wage theft. That takes some gall.
Real quick, we're just gonna take a small breather here. This is a perfect opportunity for us to take a small breather, okay?
All right. Jumping ahead.
All right, so we have one more thing to do, okay? And then we're gonna move on to the real meat of this, okay?
We're not even at the real meat yet?
I've been saving the best for last.
Oh my god.
There we go. Thank you for fixing my silly mistake. All right, let's hear him for himself before we go to the final thing.
Not to mention, I've got multiple people, including my current editor, that can back this up, because...
This is, oh, your current editor who is a total toady for you, your personal friend and your employee. Wow, your current editor? Wow. Just so that we're clear, this
has all been lead up? This is insane.
A 3-minute clip in case he tries to claim this is out of context. Let's go.
Because Ethan and Cherry...
honestly, Archangel, I feel like a lot of people who are definitionally, like, poor make sure that their debts are paid. You know? Like, that's my experience. A lot of folks want to make sure that they've, you know, like, evened up with everybody, you know?
Talked in depth about handing off the...
Want to drop the trigger warning again? Sure. Trigger warning. Apparently, upcoming, there is information about death threats and detailed descriptions of imposing death upon others, we'll say. So, we haven't gotten there yet, but that is coming up, so just as an FYI.
The work of editing between each other, and there was all an agreement there about how because I have to pay my current editor, who actually has like rent and bills and like a house and like a person, like a girlfriend as well to support, that I have to, like, pay my current editor a living wage, and I'll pay, like, the last half of a month of editing that Sherry did for me up until the Keffels drama. The last half of, what is it, December, November, whenever the Keffels drama happened, I'll pay them back that when I can, but I haven't been able to yet because I gotta pay two living wages. One of my...
Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! It's all me! It's me! I'm so problematic!
current editor and one to me, and they blocked me before I
I'm such the victim!
could, so...
This is I find this to be particularly bizarre. Again, this is a content creator that is like 10 times my size. I would imagine that would be like 10 times my income. And if I had 10 times my income, guys, I could absolutely pay an editor and pay back a former editor over the course of 7 months. Yeah, that's doable.
I mean, I might still be able to send it to him, though, actually. How fucking Chad would that be, though? Because I still have Cherry's Discord. I can still send it. Dude, how fucking Chad would that be if even...
It's not Chad. It's not Chad to pay someone the money that you owed them 7 months ago. That's not a Chad move. That's actually the opposite of Chad. That's the complete and utter opposite of a Chad move. To pay someone 7 months late. Honestly, the Chad move would be to, like, pay plus, like, an exorbitant amount of interest. Like, pay double what she's owed. That would be the Chad move. I think, like, basic fucking decency would be to pay what she's owed plus, like, a decent amount of interest. Like, that's bare minimum. You're like talking about paying her peanuts piecemeal for essentially a loan of labor that she gave you.
After all this shit...
How Chad would it be for you to pay money that you owed, that you tried to weasel your way out in a shitty contract while somebody was doing work for free? How fucking Chad? How stupid are you? How fucking stupid are you? Do you have an actually broken brain? You fucking slimy...
I do have to say, at some point, I think there is something broken here. I don't know what it is. And Paladin, I absolutely do punt above my weight class. Thank you. And I'm very lucky with the community I have. But, like, fuck, man. This is bad.
Weasel shit!
And all the pettiness, I still send the half a month of editing. Well, to be fair, there was very few uploads, but still, I still count it as half a month of editing work that I consider myself to owe Cherry, by the way. I just still do that anyway. Like, a month or two from now, like, the drama's died down. There's no reason to do it anymore. I still send it.
There's...
What?
There's no reason to do it anymore. A true, pathetic, childish, arrogant moron.
I feel like I should, because I always pay people back. Like, whenever I get a loan from somebody or borrow money...
No, well, Kyle Javelina, I don't know what the Aussie slang chat means.
Anybody else get that feeling where when you owe someone money, you cannot relax?
Yeah, which is why I do everything in my power to settle up as soon as possible. Like, you're 8 months late, man.
Doesn't matter when, where, or what situation you're in or what you're doing, you cannot relax.
Oh,
And
yeah, Zan, I bet you haven't been playing any video games. I bet you haven't been laying around and smoking weed. I bet you haven't been chatting in your Minecraft servers.
Can't borrow money in the first place either. Like, it's like the worst feeling in the world. Like Walter White, like, trying to get money from Gretchen Elliott. You just can't do it. It's too much to your... That...
Did he just compare himself to Walter White?
Does Xanderhal think that Walter White's the good guy of Breaking Bad? Dude, come on.
Is me. Like, my pride is heavily bruised.
Danny with the fact check. Danny says he claims that there weren't uploads in December. There were 29 uploads in the month of December. Yep, turns out he just lies about everything because he knows he's fucking cooked. I told you last night, and I'll tell you again, he knows exactly what happened. He's lying to you, he's lying to everyone. And we're about to hit him.
When I have
with the real
currently
truth.
owed anybody anything. And so the idea that I would do that, like, it's...
Chat is Aussie slang means gross or disgusting. Oh. Well, that's awkward for all of you guys in chat.
It's insane. You can ask anybody who knows me. It's like, to call doing that Chad, though, I mean, to be honest, like, the equivalent of what's happened here is, like, your friend says...
Look at his chat. It would be Giga Chad. This would be Giga Chad. It would be Giga Chad. It would be Giga Chad. Very Giga Chad. Yarp, 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 or.
Hey, you owe me for that dinner we had the other night. Yeah, all good. And then that friend, like, gets into a fight
I made a Minions joke before, but I unironically think that the Minions have more independence than this. At least the Minions got their own little movie.
you a few, like, a while later and cuts you off, and it's like, do I really still owe that friend money? You know what? I'm still
Yes! They did!
Again. Hey, Dirtjer. Thank you for the 100 biddies, and no plans on stopping anytime soon. So, again, maybe this is a me thing, okay? If I give someone money, if it's like another person and I'm not paying for like a good or a service, I don't expect to see that money back. You know, if somebody wants to pay me back for money that I've given them, that is their prerogative. I don't expect it. But like when you're in a work relationship, yeah, the person you did labor for better fucking pay you your money. If somebody's doing labor for you, you better pay them the fucking money you owe them. You know, insert Moon Knight meme about Dracula, where's my fucking money? Like, come on.
Did work for you. You made money off of their work, you fucking piece of shit. Yes, you do. Not only that, you owe them an apology. You owe them groveling at this point. You made money, profit, and they got nothing except for abuse from you. Yes.
I give them the money I owe them anyway.
Now you grovel.
Like that.
Like, why is he smirking at the camera, man? Like, you did wage theft, man.
It's respectable. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't do that, even if it's the right thing to do, you know?
Yeah, and you know what happens to those people? They get taken to small claims court. Do you want to do that? Is that the angle here? Is that the 4D chess plan? Get on, you know, the people's court with Judge Millian, like, and suddenly use that to leverage a springboard into like the upper stratosphere of reality television? I don't understand what's happening here.
It's true, Xanderhal.
Yeah, anarchist, sock dem, liberal Xanderhal here. Do I really?
Yeah, the cool white collar crime of wage theft. Yeah, you know, and you can do white collar crime at any level of income. It's crazy.
Owe someone money if they upset me after they did literal years of work, some of which I openly admit was unpaid. Multiple months when it was hard for me and they kept working.
Does not like owing peeps money. I do not. I don't even like taking a service.
Yeah, is it just 1,500 for the last month of labor? Is it a month and a half?
Or anything from people without payment, because then I got that rumble in my tumble all the time of like, I owe someone something. My debts are not paid. Not to mention, I've got...
All right, everybody. I've had enough of his bullshit. Haven't you?
Yeah.
I want to show you just how far it got, okay? Just so you understand, okay? Truly.
Okay, so this next section appears to be like 2 or 3 minutes, so I think we're almost done. But this also seems to be the part where final trigger warning, death threats, explicitly articulated death threats. Have I had water lately? I have not had water. I've had this delicious lemonade energy drink, though. And have I stretched recently? No. But I'll be okay.
How far it got, okay? Let me just get these open real quick. These were screenshots taken in the midst of this drama, in the midst of him wanting to nuke Keffels over a fight that he started, okay? All right? And I want you to understand, when all of us, when me, Cherry, White Nervosa, and everyone else tell you that Xanderhal had lost his goddamn mind, was freaking out on everyone, this should be the definitive proof for you, okay? I'm serious.
Lay it on me.
And if none of the other things are convincing for you, I hope this will be. Let's take a look. From December 17th, 2023. I hate all of them, Cherry. I want all of them to die. I would kill Keffels in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even shoot her. I'd beat her to death with the gun. Cherry says, you're not in a good mental state. Xanderhal replies, I will kill her. What's her address? I want her address. I want to know where she's at. Cherry says, she's in Ireland. It's not public. Please stop. You're spiraling. Xander says someone has to die for this. I will never be happy until someone has died for this. Ideally, Keffels. Cherry says, Xan, her career is going to die.
Okay. Does Xanderhal do like hard drugs, guys? Like, I know he does the weed, but is he one for the harder stuff? Or does he have like a mental health issue? 'Cause this is where I kind of noped out of Demon Mama's stream. I mean, I think we're close to being done here. Like, this feels pretty untenable. Yeah, this feels really not good. in a way that, like, this feels like someone either blinded by rage or grief, like, and that can be driven by like a family tragedy or something, or drugs, or like hard drugs, or like a mental health snap, frankly, like whether it's like bipolar or something else, like I don't know, or like this, whatever is going on here, he's clearly not well. This dude actually frightens me now. Yeah, I mean, he's talking about wanting to kill someone in a heartbeat. Beating someone to death with his bare hands. And not just like an abstract someone, but like a target. Like demanding someone's address. I just, I don't know what the deal is here, but I hope he gets help. I think it's fair to say I hope he gets help and like learns to deal with whatever the hell this is. 'Cause this feels I feel sad for him. And I feel scared for the people around him, man. Had two close friends, went through schizophrenic breakdowns, both in mid-20s. Again, I'm not super interested in the armchair, like, diagnosing, but, like, this is clearly something that comes from a place that needs help. So I hope he gets that help.
And it gets worse. Xanderhal says, and Velvet, and her fucking orbiters. I have to kill her. Really?
Oh. Okay, not just... Oh. Well, Velvet, I'm really sorry that you have to deal with this. This fucking sucks. And, yeah. Just know we're all here for you, okay? So, gotta kill Keffels and Velvet. I don't know why you got name dropped in there, but, and all of the orbiters? Like, who does that include, man? Have to kill her, really kill her? Stop her heart. Man, what the fuck, dude?
Really kill her. Really stop her heart. Cherry says, Zan, fucking stop. Calm down. Stop, please. And Zan says, okay.
Man, like, this is some, like... I don't know, like... Like, honestly, you could file some police reports based on this, frankly. I'm Keffel's IRL friend, and I called him a misogynist and did some armchair diagnosing, and then Clara repeated what I said on stream. Gotcha. That seems not sufficient to talk about murdering you, frankly. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're okay. That's a 5150 hold, like, right now. I'm not even joking about that. I mean, this is a message from last December, so I again, probably not something that would apply now, but yeah, this is some straight up like you need to be you need to be restrained for your own good type shit.
Now I'm going to let you just marinate with those for a second as I post these receipts.
Oh god, that was so loud it scared the shit out of me. I'm sorry. Forlorn, thank you for gifting a sub to Keffels. The timing. Yeah, honestly, can I just say, like, as somebody who I have mental health issues, okay? Like the autism, the depression, that is chronic, the different issues, the social anxiety, etc. When I'm feeling really, really bad, I tend to be straight up with you guys, and I'm either like, I'm not feeling good, and I'm going to be playing a video game today, or I just don't stream. That's an option. Just not putting yourself out there is an option. Jack, when are you going to start beefing with Keffels? I don't feel a pressing need to beef with Keffels. It just, I understand it can be lucrative, but like it's not my thing. It's not the point of my channel. Or chat drives you to the edge. Yeah, all of you Aussies not voting for Biden. Did you know Biden's a liberal? When are you gonna beef with All Beef Patty? Look, if I were to beef with All Beef Patty, I would need to be a lot beefier myself, okay? Is Keffels in chat? No, Forlorn79 was doing a little goof. A little goof. I pointed this out in DM's chat, but I'll mention it here too. It's a really good thing she's I'm going to assume you mean talking about this and not stalking about this. Cherry doesn't have anywhere near the audience that Xan does, so it would have been really easy for him to control the narrative without this stream, which is kind of disturbing. Yeah. Brianna Huffman, fair enough. Please don't do that. Feuding with anyone is a bad idea. I mean, I'll feud with bad people, but like usually like along ideological lines, you know, like I will beef with Nazis. I will throw down the gauntlet to white supremacists. I will fight those people with everything I got. But like I have no interest in beefing with people I should be on the same side with. You know, my goal is pragmatic change towards a better world, and that's my ultimate goal with my channel, not fighting others. You know, like part of the reason I cover this is because it helps me to be informed about what's going on in the wider community, because I wouldn't watch this on my own, you know, but also because I know that there's a lot of overlap here, and like I feel like there's a need to have kind of a dialogue about this for like the wider health of the leftist streamer community in some way. But you know, I'm not going out of my way to attack random folks. And frankly, I don't really view this as a stream that's attacking Xan. I view this as like going over what the fuck is going on. Yeah, like I have no desire to beef with other lefties. I'll critique other lefties when I think they go wrong on certain issues. Like I'll critique the Young Turks and Anna Kasparian with like the weird like pro police, pro like harsh on crime stances she's been adopting, and like the weird stance on on like trans inclusive messaging that she's adopted. But like I have no interest in beefing with folks who I broadly agree with, you know? Yeah, I wonder what Anna Kasparian's response to the Gavin Newsom signing an executive order, I think, against homelessness. I haven't bothered to check, but I imagine there's a video about it. I should check that. Maybe I'll do that. I'll check that for next stream.
Here you are. Those have been released to the public. There you have it. Now I have to tell you about something else that I cannot provide a receipt for, okay? And this is in the same thread of this, but unfortunately this happened over a voice call, but I hope that you will understand when I tell you this one, I can't prove that this one happened. You're just gonna have to believe in my accounting of the events, and this is my accounting of the events, okay? As they were told to me in December, okay? But I hope that what I provided here will prove to you what I'm talking about. This one I don't have a receipt for because this one occurred over a voice call with Cherry, which I obviously could not have a recording of, and neither could Cherry in this particular case. And that is that at around this time, Xanderhal was screaming expletives at Cherry, was threatening to kill himself, and was threatening to kill his own family members.
Jesus Christ, dude. What? Also, man, like, if this is from his new editor, dog, like, what the hell? Easy addressing of allegations. Xander absolutely claimed he wished to harm a creator. He did so because they mocked rape victims, docs in private, and were attacking his livelihood, all during a massive low point in his life. Here's your proof. Sorry, none of those things justify talking about wanting to bash somebody's, like, skull in with the butt of your gun, man. Like, do I understand wishing, like, certain politicians that are meaningfully harming, like, the wider population of America harm? Sure, I get it. On a level, I get it. Do I understand wishing to directly murder people who are mean to me? No, actually. The last time someone sent me, like, a rape or death threat on Twitter, like, I found their mom and told their mom about that. That's what I did. I didn't sit there and stew and, like, plan and envision in my head murdering someone. Like, you don't do that. Actually.
With a gun that he owns. Now, at that point in time, I was dispatched to go attempt to do a wellness check on him.
For real, you did that? Yeah, his username was his real name. He wasn't the brightest bulb in the shed, and yeah. I deleted a lot of the threads related to that because obviously if I could find his mom, like a lot of other people could find his mom, and that wound up happening, and I felt bad for her, so I deleted the threads. But yeah. It was a really weird situation, and maybe in like another several years I'll talk about it in more detail on stream. Because there's so much more to that story, but yeah. We'll wait until more time passes.
And both myself and my partner climbed in the car and drove over to where the address that he had provided to Cherry. As it turns out, he had provided an incorrect address to Cherry. And we didn't know this, so we waited there at the wrong address that he had provided to Cherry, hoping to be able to do a wellness check on him. Now, thankfully, shortly after that, he seemed to have calmed down. He went to lunch with his mother and seemed almost as if it never had happened at all. Later that night, he was freaking out again. And we went and checked again. And we found out that this was the wrong address and that he had not provided the correct address to Cherry. Now, of course, in neither of these circumstances did he actually engage in any violent behavior. Thankfully.
Why do none of these people have cars? Because cars are expensive. And if you can get away with not having one, it's probably better. But it also doesn't sound like... I mean, it doesn't sound like they live in the most walkable places, but you know.
But he did, indeed, threaten this behavior towards people on his team and in his friend group. This, of course, occurred in addition to his recorded threatening of Keffels and her friends. By name, explicitly asking for docs. Now, in both cases, he did indeed calm the hell down. But it took a lot of work from the people close to him. I do not believe that any of these were real threats, okay? I don't think that he was actually ever once threatening to do violence, okay? And the reason why I believe that is because nothing even remotely close to it ever happened. What I believe he was trying to do was to control others. And this is precisely why the friendships with his editor, with the proprietor of his website, with myself, and with many others ended. Because we were tired of being subjected to his insanity. We were tired of being subjected to his abuse, which he is now denying on the internet. For real? Is this for real? Can you get me? I need a clip of that, Mr. Unfamiliar. Is that true?
Avalon of Babylon, one of the things I've seen decent arguments for is decommodifying like buses and trains. Like I feel like as a society we could probably pretty easily like just make buses available to the general public and like trains available to the general public. Like I know like I think Albuquerque, New Mexico, like has done it, and I feel like if Albuquerque, New Mexico can do free public busing, like we can do it in a lot of other places. Yeah, and if we can do it during COVID, we can do it out all the time. Like that can be like a not just COVID thing. That can be like an all the time thing. Oh, just so you know, the claim Mr. Unfamiliar was making in chat was that Xan and Ethan had just revealed Cherry's real name on their stream. Cool. So, you're saying they're not handling it well. Message received loud and clear. Oh boy. Super normal thing to do when like you don't do that, man. Like what the fuck is this? Why escalate this?
You are now familiar with the entire reason why everyone said we're done with Xan, we're out of here. Why everyone said if this guy can fucking go do his own thing, we don't care. If this asshole wants to go play Minecraft and yell about Joe Biden, whatever. But nobody wanted to associate with him anymore. Nobody trusted him anymore. Now you know exactly why. Remember how I told you in my last stream, which goes way more into detail on everything that happened? Now I realize I said we were going to read the White Nervosa stream.
Yeah, we don't. I don't think we have to go over the White Nervosa thread. All respect to White Forest, whom I adore, but like, I feel like we've seen more than enough at this point. Like, there's what has been presented here is shocking. What the fuck is a White Nervosa? White Nervosa is one of the people who runs White Forest, the German co-op that makes the website that you are currently on, actually. Yeah, like, I mean, to me, this indicates he's not a safe person to be around. At least not without, like, going and doing some serious work on himself, and I don't know if that's gonna happen. Summary: White Nervosa caught wind of this and basically said, knock it off or fuck off. Fair. I mean, like, acting like this is frankly unacceptable in any kind of professional capacity. Yeah, I've never seen White Nervosa be unreasonable to anybody. Good night, Dragonfly. And don't worry, folks. This will not be the everyday stream topic. It can't be. I just don't have this in me. I think he's a manipulator, not delusional. Frankly, I don't care if he's delusional or a manipulator. I care that this is how he treats people. Again, the motivations behind it, I don't view as something I will ever know for certain. But at the end of the day, this is unacceptable behavior. This is unacceptable language. This is unacceptable, professional behavior. I know behavior in an unprofessional sense and behavior in a professional one. This isn't okay. And this kind of drama is exactly what prevents us from building, like, these larger online leftist coalitions, man. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Xanderhal today. Like, there are ways to make this right, and I'm going to outline them right now. Number one, you immediately pay Cherry back. Okay? That's step one. And if you really are interested in making it right, you pay Cherry back with fucking interest. Okay? Number two, you gotta go on stream and make a public apology. You apologize to the people you threatened to murder. You apologize to your employee. You apologize to the friends you've fucked over for seemingly no reason here. Yeah, like a real apology. Not some, like, ukulele BS. And then, frankly, number 3 here, I think you need to take, like, a little bit of a break. Do some reflection on what you've done and how you can, like, avoid those mistakes in the future. I know this sounds, like, really kind of cookie cutter here, but, like, you take, like, a week-long break. You consider what you've done that has led up to this point, and you come up with concrete things you are going to do to make sure none of this happens again. You know, you're going to talk about how you're going to go to therapy, how you're going to, like, stop smoking weed all the time. You know, some weed sometimes, maybe. I don't know. I'm not an expert, okay? But, like, you talk about the concrete steps that you are going to take. Just a week? Look, I don't know. I'm just throwing out time periods, okay? I'm talking, like, bare minimum for an apology to even be functionally in the realm of acceptable. But what I'm saying is there needs to be a concrete plan on how to achieve, like, these goals of, like, being a decent person and a decent, like, streamer and a decent figure in this community. And then you need to actually show that you're doing those things. Yeah, you want a roadmap, not just to self-improvement, but a roadmap to making sure you are not going to screw over anyone else. Like a roadmap to being a basic good member of the online community here. This Ethan is not Ethan Klein. No. And, like, honestly, if it incorporates some kind of, like, process for making things right between you and other folks individually, like, I think that'd be great. But I also, like, some of these bridges are not salvageable. Like, once you threaten to, like, murder someone, I don't think any of the folks listed here will ever be okay again being around him. And I don't blame them at all, frankly. You can't just say with your full chest how you want to murder someone and then be trusted again the next day. So I think that there needs to be a whole lot done here. And if it means he needs to step away from streaming for a long period of time, that might be something he needs to be prepared to do. If I were to become a streamer, hypothetically, would I have to do networking? You don't have to do networking. It helps to do networking. Dude apparently also just did a dox, so there's literally no forgiving that. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I think, like, the murder threats and the dox, like, I do not blame anyone not forgiving that. According to Zan, he hasn't smoked in months because it's illegal to smoke weed and own guns. Doesn't he live in Washington? Like, I was in Washington, like, 6 years ago. It's weed is hella legal in Washington. Also, it looks like he's vaping on stream. Like, I guess I assumed that's weed. Xan is now saying he doesn't owe Cherry any more money. Okay, bud. Federally, weed is illegal. Yeah, but it's legal in his state. The federal laws aren't getting enforced in states where it's legal. He's probably just saying that to cover his ass legally. That's probably true. Yeah. The vapes aren't weed? Are we sure? Looks like he's smoking an Elf bar most of the time. Gotcha. Fair enough. He's probably claiming that he doesn't. You can't smoke weed and be in possession of your gun for the rest of the day. You just stick it in your lockbox for 12 hours. Maybe it was 16 hours. Huh. Interesting. That is really dumb, Foxbat. But also probably good in this case. Well, kind of dingus screams at their employee that they're about to go homeless. I don't know, man. Like, it's... Every part of this is, like, a bad decision on Xan's part. And I can't pretend to understand it. You know? So, folks, we have now been going for over 6 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. This has been a lot. This has been a lot. Can we have a palate cleanser? Yes. Yes, we can.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
I can too. Hey, White Nervosa, I appreciate you. You know what? I think we all need to be unburdened by what has been.
You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened
Patrick Lucas,
by
thank you
what
for
has
getting a
been.
membership
What
over on
can
YouTube.
be unburdened by what has been. What can be.
We are being unburdened
by what has been.
by
What
what
we
has been.
can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What can
I meant to send
be
the appreciate you
unburdened by
here.
what has
Let
been.
us be
What
unburdened
can
by what
be
has been.
unburdened
White
by what has
Nervosa, thank
been.
you
What can be
also for subscribing with Prime.
unburdened
I
by what
appreciate
has
that.
been. What can be
You're great.
unburdened by what has been. Who we can be unburdened by who we have been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by
I'm more
what has
burdened
been.
now, the
What
fuck?
can be
No.
unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. Unburdened by what
I'm not
has
gonna
been.
lie, this
believing in
video
what can
does.
be. What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can.
I'm not gonna lie. This unironically does make me feel more relaxed as I watch it. And like, I still cannot get over that this is an attack ad on her.
Can be unburdened by what has been. What 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 could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by
Neo
what has
K Hive,
been.
rise
What
up.
can be, what should be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be
exactly Avalon of Babylon.
Unburdened by what has been. See what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Unburdened by what has been and knowing what can be. Have a sense of vision about what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened
Right,
by
Carrie?
what has been.
It's
What
weirdly
can be
inspiring.
Unburdened
What
by what
above
has been.
was.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be
Wahab.
unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been. What was possible unburdened by what has been. What can be 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 unburdened by what has been. That can be unburdened by what has been. There are those who are unable to see what can be. But there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
Again, the perfect ending of this video is the fact that Republicans bought and paid for that particular compilation. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. I know it's insensitive, but this really should be her slogan. I think it's a great. Unironically, I think it's great. Almost 5 a.m. I gotta wake up at 10. Gotta get some sleep. Good night, Code Mode. Get good sleep, okay? I bet the Republicans paid their editors. That is kind of the damning thing, isn't it? That's kind of the 100% the most damning thing here, right? God. Is the point that she's a politician who uses a phrase a lot? I don't get the attack nature of this. Yeah, no, like that's literally it. The complaint here is that she uses a catchphrase. A bag of rice and 2 dimes, true. But hey, those dimes go really far, okay? Unburdened by what has been. Hashtag Wakbub Wahub. What can be unburdened by what has been. I think I'm gonna play a little bit of Elden Ring as a treat. That's what I'm gonna do. I did 6 hours of content, and I'm going to play some Elden Ring, goddammit. Final boss? I mean, I am on the final boss of Elden Ring. Spent my evening making capsules for my Steam store page. What does that mean? Pretty worn out. Time to kill the twink, let's go. DLC time? Yeah, we're gonna do some DLC, baby. But I think I have to get... I think I need to adopt my strategy in order to...
Here's a cleanser.
What tomorrow can be, regardless of what today has been. Good night, Animalis. You get good sleep, okay? Hope to see you in chat again soon. Doodleburb! You have a cleanser. The cleansing fire of the burb. Hi. Damn, my gals be gallin'. I'm going to bed. I'm gonna crawl under my weighted blanket, cuddle my cat, and fall asleep to Florence of the Machine. Good night, Avalon of Babylon. Get good rest. You earned it. Man, remember when I thought I'd do call-ins this stream? Good God. Not even close, baby. A gallon of gals? Troops? Troops! Oop, only subs can link. I don't think subs can link either. You gotta whisper a mod. But you can come over to the Riverboat site and post links. Like the one place where links work. Ooh. Guys, let's take a look at Sam and Moose's game, shall we? Look, everyone. It's Delve. Oh, this is fun! Hell yeah. I love when I see you guys making cool shit. It's okay, Doodleburb. Alright, Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. Boop. You looked at the camera like that was misread? What? Demon Mama just beat Dark Souls 2? Dark Souls 2 is underrated, okay? A lot of people are like, it sucks. Dark Souls 2 is great, okay? I felt like it had better storytelling than the first Dark Souls. At least more accessible storytelling than Really? You're gonna do this to me right now, video game? Cross Crescent Creed, thank you for gifting a sub. Whew. Brianna Huffman, absolutely. Do I play DayZ at all? I have never played DayZ, mostly because I try and play games. Well, I try and play games that are done. Like, I don't like playing early access, generally speaking. And DayZ was in early access for a really long time. I don't know if it ever finished. Okay. So far my strategy has been big sword, alright? But I think we might need to adopt a new strategy. And I may have found a new thing to do. Specifically, I might have accidentally encountered some spoilers regarding a weapon. A certain useful weapon that I might be able to make use of here. Biggest sword? No, I currently have the biggest sword. But I think we might have something better. A battle moon? What the fuck is a battle moon? A moon that can fight? I mean, that sounds pretty cool. That's basically the concept in a nutshell of, basically the concept in a nutshell of one of the Starfinder, what's the, there's like a sci-fi D&D Spelljammer, I think. It's how I want to, like, expand on the D&D game I'm playing with my partner. Essentially, I think it's called like a Primus Loci or something like that, or Genus Loci. They're basically giant amoeba that slowly turn into like places. Like, they can turn into fields, or mountains, or, like, towns. But over time, they can get big enough and turn into, like, continents, or moons, or planets. And I was thinking about throwing one of those in there, like, maybe the plot would be something along the lines of like needing to like they find out the very land that they've adventured on for like the last 20 campaigns is actually the real villain. The real villain was the dirt beneath your feet. You know? The very land itself was fighting you. Very Junji Ito. Yeah, you know, I like throwing those twists in there. I like... in one of my past campaigns, I came up with a scenario where essentially, in order to... I forget what they were trying to do. It was like in order to get... Oh man, I'm spacing out really hard on this. But basically in order to get the stuff they needed to like complete a mission, they went deep beneath the sands of like this magical desert and fell into the dream of a dying aboleth. And they needed to basically psychonauts this aboleth and figure out what the fuck was going on. And it turned out that it had been dying for like untold centuries, and its mindscape had been getting warped by different manifestations of its mental psychoses. And they needed to like essentially destroy its sadness and despair and give it hope that things would be better in the afterlife. And so it wound up being like a fun little thing. A new trailer for Uzumaki came out a few days ago. I haven't seen that yet. I'm very excited for it. Patrick, Lucas, thank you for gifting another membership over in YouTube chat. I very much appreciate that. Sounds like me. Anyway, they wound up meeting a bunch of people in this mindscape who'd like fallen down into it and like created their own little society that didn't have like a concept of time, because the way time passed in like the dying dream of this creature was that time simply wasn't a thing for them. Like they didn't have, you know, days or nights. They were kind of like frozen in a perpetual daylight. And oh my god. Oh my god. Big goat. I don't know. I thought it was fun. Anyway, they wound up stealing the creature. Well, actually, they wound up... No, they didn't steal its heart. What did they do? Because the entire thing was, if they took its heart, it could finally die, but it would also kill like all of the people in all of the people who lived in that dream world, you know? And so I believe what wound up happening was they cast Gate and like took oh god, oh god, sorry. Jesus. Nice plot to Link's Awakening, yeah. But they wound up, they had stolen like a candle that had one use of the spell Gate, and they used it, I believe, to like send the aboleth to the afterlife while retaining its heart, so that essentially this dream world could continue living forever. And I don't know, I thought it was like poignantly beautiful when they finished that particular part of the campaign. They should not be given powers. But the thing was, like, I like giving players weird things, because I never know how they're going to use them, you know? Like, most of the time, players forget that they have cool shit, or, like, I don't know, like, they use it on dumb shit, and I think they should be able to do that. Because I also think, like, when they have more tools in their chest, like, they get more excited about figuring out solutions. Oh, the electrical goats in Elden Ring? True. They don't deserve them. My controller is not working, so I had to use my mouse to do that. Oh. There we go. Give players goals. True. We're on a little bit of a mission right now. Can't be bothered, pig. Nice. I got a painting. This was not what I wanted, nor what I needed. The blade reminds you of Pyramid Head? Yeah, you know, I can see it. Purpose of resisting and suppressing magic, but decided to rethink who the protagonist should be after I played Tales from the Borderlands. I did enjoy Tales from the Borderlands. Definitely, for my money, Tales from the Borderlands was the best Borderlands game. Mostly because in all of the other games, I could not, for the life of me, figure out why anyone would bother trying to just stay alive in that hellscape. Like, it's not... I don't know, like, seems like, you know, bad choice to just live in that setting. Oh, you can join the Discord, just ! Discord, or you can type in the URL, and the URL is just riverboat.gg/discord. Oh, okay, we're doing this thing. We're doing the fun little thing where we disconnect the controller every couple minutes. Haha. Hey, Catalina Gearbox, how you doing? The Boers have found the lands between the... Someone informed Cody Johnson. I feel like Cody Johnson knows. You know, I don't know exactly how much he knows about nerd culture, but I bet he knows. Prospect Town, baby. Alright. We're in Prospect Town now. We're about to strike it rich. What's up, nerd? This feels underwhelming. It always feels very underwhelming when I kill a thing and all I get are materials. The crafting in this game does not excite me. Probably need to go up there, though. We gotta go prospecting. Oh god. Really hurt. Not gonna lie, I probably shouldn't have been rewarded with a hit on that guy. Are hopes high? Got high hopes we're living. I don't know, something Mayor Pete. We got another shadow fragment. I like the Blood Fiend guys, they look so silly. Yeah, you know, I like them too. They're like weird giant rat people, and you know, they're just so bizarre, I love them. They feel like they got a whole entire ass other thing going on, and you know what, I don't even care. I don't even care that they probably are worshipping like a evil blood god. You know, I'm just kind of rooting for them. I say as I murder another one. If there are Mayo Pete haters, I'm one of them. If there's one Mayo Pete hater, I am her. If there are no Mayo Pete haters, I am dead. True. It's their birthday. Their little birthday boys. Perfect in every way. Alright. We're prospecting here. Hey! I'm prospecting here. Hey! Do you guys like my weird guy from Jersey who's turned into a prospector? 'Cause I don't. I don't like this character I've made. But you know what? One thing's for goddamn sure, okay? He's fully fleshed out. He's got problems with his family, alright? He loves his dear old mother, but you know what? She's a real pain in the ass sometimes, okay? You guys don't understand, alright? He has to go prospecting just to get out of the house so he gets a little peace and quiet, you know what I'm saying? Every day I'm praying that I make it rich, okay? So I can get away from my dear old ma, put her in a home, okay? You don't even get it. And one day I'm gonna have enough and I'm gonna have a beautiful, beautiful daughter. A beautiful daughter here in Prospect Town. Alright, it's gonna be magical. I'm gonna raise her up to be good like her mother. Alright? But not like my mother. No. Hey, I'm prospecting over here. There we go. Oh, looks like they're You all seem pretty preoccupied. Let's just take a little. Just gonna do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. All right. So you guys are fucked. Oh, actually, it's I who am fucked. It's me. I have to play with the mouse and keyboard. The worst way to play this game. Oh, God. Okay. There we go. Excellent. We found it. The item. No longer will we be held in thrall by this person, by this god. For we have now found our god-killing device. The vehicle that will bring us to the stars. Is Riverboat Jack looking for new controller recommendations? No, I don't know what happens to do this, but my computer sometimes is just like, hey, we're just gonna cycle through a bunch of different options. Do you like it when we... Outer God Heirloom? What is this? Tell me more. Raises Arcane. Ooh. A talisman engraved with the lore of an outer god. The clan who lost everything in the Great Fires peered upon the corpse of their ancestor, normally an act of sanctity, and saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. What do you suppose this is? Genuinely, I don't know what that refers to. Yeah, but the fact that it's talking about a corpse is really interesting. The corpse of their ancestor. I'm not entirely sure what that would be, you know? Like, I haven't heard of the corpse of an ancestor becoming an outer god. In fact, the only corpse that I know of that's approached godhood is Godwyn the Golden's, right? Oh god. Cool, I love this. Kos, the dead god on the beach? Oh, that could be. Oh, also guys, the other day I went and saw Deadpool and Wolverine. That was some good shit. Like some real good shit. I'm not gonna go into any spoilers, obviously, but like, it was the first time I watched a Marvel movie at all recently and was like, fuck yeah, at like several points throughout the movie. Like obviously if you aren't like, if you don't find like the Deadpool movies like 1 or 2 enjoyable, you're probably not gonna like this one. But yeah, like the opening action sequence is very fun, and Hugh Jackman is dude's still got it, man. Dude's still got it, and they make a lot of jokes about it. You thought I was from Oregon? Nope. I'm from Minnesota, baby. There we go. Oh my god. We did it. Oof. Everything's okay in Prospect Town. All right. Yeah, definitely. I would recommend going to see Deadpool and Wolverine in theaters. I thought it was great. Yeah, I mean the opening sequence is great, but like even beyond just the opening sequence, like they actually managed, like when they stopped quipping and stopped making like jokes, like there's actually like a pretty decent heart and like narrative core to the film in a way that I liked. I will say,
no matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
What song was that? I did a song about, like a long time ago on stream, I did a song about Albinoric Town. I made like a little stupid musical about the Albinoric village, about how everything's amazing in Albinoric Town, and like talked about it like it was a fucking hard-nosed detective setting. I don't know. I was having fun with it. You remember Albinoric Town? Not many people do these days. Excellent. I need to buy some items. Yeah, the melody reminded you from the hit off-Broadway musical, Albinoric Town. About the hard-scrabble life of a bunch of Albinorics. Some lacking legs, some lacking brains. But none lacking heart. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, everyone remembers that. Yeah. I thought Minnesotans sounded more like people. Well, I mean, like, the farther you get away from the Twin Cities, the more you're going to get that hardcore Minnesota accent. You know, you're going to get the, oh yeah, you know, it's time to go fishing down by the lake. Oh yeah. The ice the other day, I checked it. It seemed like the ice was real thick. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can put an ice house right out there. Oh yeah. You know, drive your truck right onto the ice. You need to make sure there's enough there so you don't fall through. And you know, maybe go out there for a few hours, catch a nice couple of big old walleye. You know, just a nice big walleye. Yeah.
Back already. No matter.
Oh yeah, you betcha. All right. I need smithing stones 5. Damn it. I'm gonna have to go on a quest to get like all the smithing stones for this goddamn weapon. So do I not have like Ash of War for bleed? Should have a bleed Ash of War. Eruption is not great. I mean, I guess maybe Shriek of Sorrow? Weird that I don't have Blood Ash of Wars. Wait, no, I do. Oh, they just can't use any of them on colossal weapons. Damn it. Oh yeah, that was a 2-for-1 special at Maynard's. Yeah, either I should upgrade the Putrescence Cleaver, which could be good. Especially since it causes frost buildup. Because I've read that essentially what I want to go with here is... Well, I want to go with some kind of frost or bleed build. Catalina Gearbox, they already do that. Just be thankful you don't have my accent. Yeah, I need like 5, 6, 7, and 8 in terms of, You have the Golden Vow spell? Yeah, I mean, I have the consumables. You know what? Let's just go in with a not fully upgraded weapon. Let's see what happens. The rats are insane? Yeah, the rats are insane over there. Do you know me? Am Cosmos? I don't. I'm sorry. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. I got a Blood Fiend arm. Yeah, I saw that coming. I did not dodge that opening attack in a way that I really should have. The boss theme is good, and it's a good thing it slaps, because you're going to be hearing it a lot. Oh, good advice, Fought Knight. Damn it, dude. He's so fast. So goddamn tall. I'm from Jersey, so I sound like the prospector character you were just doing. Gotcha. You know what? Nothing wrong with sounding like that, by the way. Never feel embarrassed about how you talk. Big old double daddy? Yeah. Okay, I don't think this, unfortunately, I don't think this blade is gonna cut it for me. Anything else that I've actually succeeded in upgrading? I don't think so. Whatever. Going with the old standby. Hey, bitch.
General Radon. A pleasure to see you.
Jesus Christ, dude. If he gets you with that spin, maybe I need to just like stay the fuck away from this guy. How are you supposed to dodge that? I think you're supposed to not be in it. That's how you're supposed to dodge it. Or presumably you parry it.
After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his dignity.
Oh, God. You need the Black Blade summon? Yeah, but I haven't gotten that far in the base game yet. Blade's not gonna cut it. It's okay. We'll get to the second phase this time. Phase 2, baby.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his dignity.
Fuck, dude. I like my slutty little straps on these boots. They're very good. Summoning Ansbach and Tholier makes the fight harder. Yeah, but you know what? I don't mind it. Damn, dude.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Yo, cute cotton candy cat. Congrats on getting he/him today by both your parents. It's huge. I'm too good at gaming. It's true. There's no way someone was able to one-hit KO this boss. I refuse. It's ridiculous. Hey, nerd. Hey, nerd. I have never seen him open with that move in my entire goddamn life. What the fuck?
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have
Damn, dude. Chill the fuck out. It's true and it's insane. How on earth would you manage to one-hit KO this guy? Like, what on earth would you be doing in order to make that happen? Would you like to watch the one-hit kill? No, I'd like to beat him myself first. To stop. You gotta stack every buff in the game first? I mean, okay. Alright.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his dignity.
Cheating. Maybe it's not cheating. It's not cheating. This is why I don't play Dark Souls games. Well, to be fair, I'm playing the, like, hardest fight of the game. I feel like the final boss should be kind of hard. Also, Tholier is really probably pretty good on this fight. Did I hear about Trump's cognitive issues? I mean, I've certainly seen them. Come on, you fucker.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I think we're gonna get to phase 2 this time. Oh shit. I've never gotten a crit on this guy. That was no damage whatsoever. Fuck. Fuck. I thought we triggered the second form a lot. Oh, there we go. We made it to phase 2, everybody. We made it to phase 2. As I lay dying. Any opinion on Mr. Worldwide? I have no idea who that is, so no. Have you not seen phase 2? I have seen phase 2. This is just the first time tonight we're getting there. You don't know Pitbull?
Lord
Not really,
brother.
no.
At long last you are returned.
I feel like there's probably also a phase 3 of this fight, and I'm absolutely not mentally prepared to get fucked by that.
Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this
Yeah.
world,
I haven't seen phase 3 yet.
then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort.
Good luck.
Radon.
Cool. Alright. Insta-death. The art for this game is pretty. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Just, man, the lack of damage that you do to this guy is so disheartening. Do I have anything else here? I mean, I guess I can make one of those. I guess I can make a bunch of these blood pots. And why not? Sure, I'll do a golden vow later.
Pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you.
Oh God.
Lord Mo will have it.
Oh my God. Not today. Make me cake today. Dude, we did it. Phase 2, baby. We're not watching the entire thing again. No, I'm good. 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 I'm good. I'm good. Fuck. Oh, God. I have to be honest, I don't understand yet how to dodge like the rays that come down after his attacks in phase 2. I don't get how to do that outside of maybe you gotta dodge into him. Yeah, Fortnite. Do I have to dodge into him to dodge the like the lightning bolts? Like I gotta stay close to him? That's the ticket? Ah, fuck me. Alright. Fine. We'll lower max HP if you don't bring along Foliae. That's fair.
Those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his
Oh god. I might need to practice a lot. They're there to punish retreat? Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see how the damage does. Okay.
General Radon. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Man, I feel like that was some good dodging. Yeah, Velvet, I've been reading about the parrying. I'm just so dog shit at parrying in these games. Is this the twink? No, this isn't the twink. The twink comes out later. I'm gonna see how I do against him. Just... Fuck! Oh my god. It's so bad. Alright. How could that be a twink? That's not the twink. You're misunderstanding.
General Radon. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Now. Fuck! Dark Souls 1 has the best twink, that's true. They're there to punish retreat. Maybe I just need to be more aggro about this guy. I just need to, like, dodge... well, dodge into him. Oh, he did the plunge his blades into the earth thing. Damn it.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Maybe I need to, like, circle and dodge at the same time. Am I the only one who thinks the terms gay men used for other gay men are like twink, otter, and bear are dehumanizing, or am I just too sensitive? Are you gay? You gotta have Bloodborne brain for this guy? Yeah, I can see that. Holy shit, I can't believe I'm not dead.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Go. Fuck.
Mach 1 wave.
Skunk Frunked. Hello. Thank you for subscribing. I'm Amab NB. I mean, but would you consider yourself, like, in the community that gets, like, called those things? Like, I don't know, like, to me it matters just because, like, I don't know, like, people in that community are fine being called those things, and I'm not terribly upset about it. The same way, like, not upset if people talk about pup play. Like, it's not a thing that I'm worried about when it comes to dehumanizing. Because it's terms that the community has kind of agreed to call themselves. And you know, if you don't like it, and that's a term that might be applied to you, then just, like, let people know that. And if they don't respect that boundary, then fuck them. Fuck. Fuck!
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains.
No, you don't. Well, okay, fine. True. You don't want to fuck them if they don't respect your boundaries. True enough. Any item here that would actually help? Fuck!
General Radon, pleasure to see you this time. But those remains do not belong.
What bothers me is, like, there's a whole personality attached to the body types, which I don't know. Okay, well, that is weird. Like, I don't know. I think it's fine to have, like, definitions of, like, body types, and that's usually how I would interpret folks using that language, but I guess, like, when you're like, I don't know. I think it's fine when it's, like, a top and bottom situation. I think it's a bit weirder when you're talking about, like, you know, oh, he's such an otter. Oh, they're such a bear. Like, that seems weird. Hey, Uchronian. He's so imposing.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moe will have his dignity.
Oh my god. Each one of those fucking attacks takes like all of my HP. Did you say it's dehumanizing? No. I don't know. I don't understand the joke. It's framed like a joke, but I don't get it. You were making a pun? Gotcha. Does anybody smell what I'm stepping in? Yeah, making broad generalizations about people's personalities based on physical traits is not a great line to go on.
Pleasure to see you all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moe will have his dignity.
What the fuck, man? Yeah, I think of it like astrology, really. Like... Okay, so I do have the jumping thing. Maybe I just, you know, maybe I just need to jump right. You know? Just really smack it to him. I guess I'm not super aware to what extent, like, people I'm not aware to what extent, like, people essentialize gay men along those terms. I haven't encountered a ton of that. I'm sure it happens. But yeah, like, essentialism never feels great. All right. Hey, nerd.
to see you.
Fuck, man.
All this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah, the light explosion attacks, I don't understand how to dodge in close quarters. It seems very, very difficult. So I guess I should think of Phase 1 as good practice for Phase 2, huh?
General Radon, pleasure to see you. All this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Cool.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Maybe you should roll into him. That's the plan, but I'm trying to get him away from the entrance to the arena so he doesn't immediately chunk like half the health of my cooperator. I do like that it does double damage when he uses both of his swords. That's fun.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, you know what? That reminds me. This will probably help a little bit. I'm gonna die again, just real quick. By die again, I mean make a general attempt.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Does anyone have any idea what the building behind him is? Oh, do I not have enough shadow blessings? I think I need one more. Damn. Would you like me to lord him? Please, do.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you. All this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Damn. Oh, gotcha, Fortnite. Gate of Divinity, where the Horn-Sent culture was attempting to create a god. They were a brutal creature that was a culture that was oppressed by America's people, and with the help of the Finger, she usurped their godhood ritual. Out from under them, the gate itself is made up of thousands of bodies. Gotcha. Interesting. Fuck it, we ride. Cool. The implication is that the Greater will abandon the lands between long before Marika ascended because she ascended through the gate of divinity rather than through the Greater Will, which is presumably how the God of Dragons ascended. This is the actual crucible from which all life arose, or at least an imitation of it. The entire structure is built out of the reformed bodies of countless people. Presumably attaining true godhood requires absorbing the life from insane numbers of people, which is basically Marx. Yeah, I mean, that's basically been like the ethos of From Software games, right? Like, that's in a nutshell. Damn it. Unupgraded weapons is the intent for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I got nothing. I got nothing that I want to use here. Fire, frenzy. Frenzy doesn't do shit for me. Holy does less than shit for me. Maybe I could send him to sleep? But sleep doesn't do shit in this game. I guess I can make ice baby. Hey, nerd.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have you.
Get frosted, bitch. Really? Oh, I got killed by the gravity well, man. Okay. Well, that was a fun effort, but we gotta try something else. God damn it, man.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you.
Plus carrion filigree for even more spamming for stance damage. Maybe. The issue is I can't get the distance I need in order to, like, really grab him with that. I love undodgeable attacks like that. It's so much fun to do. One more time, and then I'm gonna hit the old dusty trail, okay? You guys got an 8-hour long stream out of me. And I'm gonna do it with my two pals. By my two pals, I mean my 4 pals. On a mid-roll build, you can dodge all of those attacks.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his
Oh my god. Chill, dude. Hey, there we go. Proc that blood up. Alright, nerd. What? What the fuck is happening? Oh man. Although I will say this is probably about the best I've done so far. Oh god. My hands are sweaty. This is a hard fight, guys. It's a hard fight, but we're gonna do it. Not tonight, but we will do it. Took me 50 plus attempts. I know it's gonna take me more than that. But you know what? That's okay. Do I have Mikla's Great Rune ready? It's useful in the second phase. I do have it. I just got to get better at the dodging. And then, like, I'll be good to go. Good night, everybody. Thanks for keeping me company. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Do the button things. And I'll see you all tomorrow, I believe. Unless there's like a... I gotta go to the doctor's office or something. Who can say? But you will see me tomorrow. Good night, everybody. And we'll raid you guys over into... Pixel Smixel. Let's do it. She's a good bean. Y'all have a good one over there. I'll see you all later. Bye.